Chapter 1697. And Shueishue's eyes lit up when she heard Lin Tian's words. She loved Lin Tian's barbecued game very much. Yes, we have enough. She waved her hand and took out a large pile of flame stones. Each of the flame stones was glowing red. Not bad. Go and make a fire. I'll be right there. Lin Tian nodded. No problem. And Shueishue patted her chest. She knew that Lin Tian was going to kill the dark lightning beast and drag it over. She found an empty space nearby and fiddled with a pile of flame stones. In an instant, a scorching flame rushed out. She looked at Lin Tiandao and said, "It's done." Lin Tian nodded with a smile. He turned his head and looked at the dark lightning beast that was being suppressed by the divine light hand seal. And Shueishue looked at the rising flames and heard him say that he was going to barbecued game. The dark lightning beast trembled and roared, "Human, don't do anything rash. My master is Qin Jingyan, the 57th supreme being on the ranking of 100 immortals. If you hurt me, my master will not let you go." "Is that so? I'm so scared." Lin Tiandao. As he spoke, a divine transformation talisman came out of the divine light hand seal and rushed into the dark lightning beast's body. The divine transformation talisman had the power to transform one soul. He used it with his current peak Xian immortal cultivation. When it entered the dark lightning beast's body, it rushed into its divine sense and destroyed its demonic soul in the blink of an eye. All of a sudden, the dark lightning beast fell completely still, and all of the signs of life in its eyes vanished, leaving only its carcass behind. It's dead. In this place, all the cultivators were shocked. The dark lightning beast, in its true form, was extremely terrifying. Under the heavenly immortal realm, it could be called an emperor, but now it was killed by Lin Tian so easily. This made these people shocked by this kind of combat strength. They looked at the lifeless dark lightning beast, and then at Lin Tian. Many of them couldn't help but shudder. The dark lightning beast was a war beast that belonged to Qin Jingyan, and that Qin Jingyan wasn't someone that Jia Zijing and Mu Zhanyan could compare to. And now, Lin Tian actually dared to kill the war beast of that person without hesitation. Lin Tian naturally saw the looks in their eyes and understood them, but he didn't care at all. "Stupid crocodile, stupid tiger, come and help me." He dragged the dark lightning beast's body to Shueishue's side and called out to the whooshing crocodile and white tiger. Together, they began to pluck the dark lightning beast's fur, skin, and organs. Then, they quickly propped the dark lightning beast's body against the flames. The temperature of the flames rising from the flame rock was astonishing. As it burned the dark lightning beast's body, sizzling sounds were quickly heard as drops of yellowish beast oil dripped down. The surrounding cultivators immediately trembled. Is he really going to roast it? Everyone was dumbfounded. Although they had heard Lin Tian say that he was going to roast the dark lightning beast, they didn't expect that he would really do it. He actually killed the dark lightning beast and roasted it on the flames outside the Lord Theological Seminary. What a masterpiece! That's too cruel. This is 1,000 times more cruel than simply killing the dark lightning beast. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at Lin Tian in shock. Lin Tian was simply too brazen and reckless. After killing the dark lightning beast, he turned it into roasted meat in front of everyone's eyes. He had completely offended that Qin Jingyan. After all, his battle beast was killed and roasted in front of so many people. It could be said that he had lost a lot of face. Therefore, after knowing this, Qin Jingyan couldn't remain silent no matter what. He would definitely make a move to kill Lin Tian. Even the gray-robed old man of the Lord Theological Seminary in front of the imperial courtyard's main gate, who had been expressionless all this time, couldn't help but show a hint of surprise when he saw this scene. All kinds of fights and killings outside the Lord Theological Seminary were common. However, to kill the battle beast of a young Supreme Master who was about to enter the Lord Theological Seminary and roast it on the flames outside the Lord Theological Seminary. This was the first time they had seen it. Since ancient times, no one had done such a thing. In the distance, the dark lightning beast's body was being roasted on the flames rising from the flame rock. Yellowish beast oil kept dripping on the flame rock, making sizzling sounds. Soon, a crisp fragrance floated up. Done. Lin Tiandao. Let's eat. And Shui Shui's eyes lit up. Little Taichu's eyes were also shining. It cried out in a childish voice. Like in Shui Shui, it liked roasted game very much. Immediately, the 4 people and 3 beasts each took a large piece of the dark lightning beast's roasted meat and ate it in front of everyone. It's worthy of being a dark lightning beast at the half-step celestial immortal level. The meat is really good. It's chewy. It's delicious. Whooshing Crocodile commented. Brother Crocodile is right. White Tiger agreed. Squeak. Little Taichu chewed on the dark lightning beast's roasted meat. Its big eyes were curved, and it looked very happy. Around them, everyone's eyes were wide open. They were really shocked by the scene. Killing Qin Jingyan's battle beast in front of everyone and making roasted game, and then tasting it in front of everyone. This was simply too crazy. Lin Tian naturally saw that everyone was looking at them. After swallowing a piece of the dark lightning beast's roasted meat, he looked at the cultivators and invited. Everyone, do you want to try it together? The texture of the meat is really very good. When the cultivators heard this, they immediately felt a chill on their scalps. No need. Thank you for your kindness. That's right, we appreciate it. We appreciate it. Hearing Lin Tian invite them to taste the roasted meat of the dark lightning beast, the cultivators couldn't help but shudder. What a joke! The dark lightning beast was Qin Jingyan's battle beast. Lin Tian killed the dark lightning beast and made it into game, and then asked them to taste it together. How would they dare to go? This was simply pulling them into a fire pit, because if they really went to taste it, they would be provoking that Qin Jingyan. Provoking that person, wasn't that courting death? It's okay, there's still a lot of meat, no need to be polite. Lin Tian smiled and continued to invite them. There's really no need. We're not hungry. Not hungry. Yes, we're not hungry. Not hungry at all. The cultivators shook their heads like a rattle drum and quickly distanced themselves from Lin Tian, afraid that others would mistakenly think that they had some special relationship with Lin Tian. Is that so? That's a pity, the meat is really good. Lin Tian smiled and tore off a piece of the dark lightning beast's roasted meat and put it into his mouth to chew. All the cultivators. In front of the Lord Theological Seminary, more and more cultivators came. Of course, not all of them came with the emperor's token to join the imperial courtyard. Some of them gathered around this place to watch the fun. After all, the Lord Theological Seminary was the most powerful inheritance in the celestial realm and the surrounding large worlds. When a new disciple was invited to enter the academy, it would always attract a lot of people to watch. Then, when they saw Lin Tian and the others, many people were shocked again because many people knew that Lin Tian had killed Jia Zijing and Mu Zhanyan on the ranking of 100 Immortals. At this time, when they saw Lin Tian in person, it was naturally difficult for them not to be shocked. Then, when they saw that Lin Tian and the others were roasting red meat in the wild in front of the Lord Theological Seminary and learned that Lin Tian was roasting the dark lightning beast by Qin Jingyan's side, the cultivators who came later were even more shocked. This is simply too audacious. Someone shrank back. Lin Tian squatted on the side and didn't care about the gazes of these cultivators. He minded his own business and tasted the roasted meat of the dark lightning beast with Baiziki and the others. Soon, the whole dark lightning beast was finished by them. More than 2 hours had passed. The cultivators with the emperor's token entered the Lord Theological Seminary in an orderly manner with the emperor's token. They also came to the entrance of the imperial courtyard, took out their emperor's token, and handed it to the gray-robed old man guarding the entrance. This was the qualification certificate to enter the academy. The gray-robed old man glanced at it and nodded slightly. Then his eyes fell on Lin Tian. "Young man, you're interesting." This caused all the cultivators here to be moved. If they remembered correctly, this was the first sentence that the gray-robed old man had spoken after standing here today. Lin Tian didn't know if this was the first sentence that the gray-robed old man said today, but he knew that the gray-robed old man was referring to him roasting Qin Jingyan's battle beast in front of the imperial courtyard. He immediately felt a little embarrassed. This is embarrassing. The gray-robed old man didn't say anything else. He just waved his hand at Lin Tian, indicating that Lin Tian could enter the imperial courtyard. "This junior will take his leave." Lin Tian bowed slightly. This old man looked a little old, but he was definitely a terrifying existence. He naturally wouldn't disrespect him. After all, this was a member of the Lord Theological Seminary, and there were no weaklings in the Lord Theological Seminary. Soon he left with Baiziki and the others, directly entering the imperial courtyard. As soon as they entered the imperial courtyard, the group was immediately moved. The immortal spiritual energy in the imperial courtyard was frighteningly dense. There were many immortal herbs and divine trees lying around, and pavilions and divine palaces standing in great numbers. They were all intertwined with an ancient aura, and it was difficult to say how long they had existed for. However, this was only on the surface. Lin Tian had cultivated the dragon burial scripture, so when he came here at this time, he immediately discovered that there was a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering divine situation intertwined here, as if it could engulf and destroy everything. "What's wrong, kid? Did you see something special?" Beside him, the whooshing crocodile saw his strange expression and knew that he cultivated the dragon burial scripture, so he couldn't help but ask. Lin Tian's eyes intertwined with the light of dragons. He said, "There's an unimaginably vast situation supporting this place, and it's filled with auspicious signs from all directions. It can be said that this place is an absolute land of accumulation. Are there any good things underground?" The white tiger's eyes lit up. "Yes, it's enough to shock the entire celestial realm." Lin Tian nodded, seeing the white tiger's eyes become even brighter. As if it was about to make a move, he immediately glanced at it. "Don't think about that thing. This is the Lord Theological Seminary. If you mess around here, do you want to be torn down? P.S. About that, I'd like to apologize to my brothers and sisters first. There's only one chapter for today and tomorrow. That's because the National Day and Mid-Autumn Festival are coming, and I also want to celebrate with my family. Moreover, I've been writing at home recently, and my parents aren't very happy, so I have to take some time to accompany my family this National Day. I hope everyone can forgive me." Chapter 1698. There was indeed something extraordinary under the Lord Theological Seminary. Lin Tian used the dragon burial scripture to investigate it. Although he couldn't figure out what it was, the aura it emitted was extremely terrifying. It contained vast divine energy and dragon energy, enough to shake the entire celestial realm. "Don't mess around." He reminded the white tiger again that this was not an ordinary place. The white tiger rolled its eyes. "How did you know that I was thinking about that thing? Why is it so obvious?" Lin Tian glanced at it and no longer bothered with it. Then he called out to the group and headed deeper into the Lord Theological Seminary. The Lord Theological Seminary was very vast. There were countless halls and pavilions, all of which carried the aura of time. Walking in it, it even gave people the feeling that they were walking in the long river of time. Lin Tian and the others walked in the imperial courtyard and quickly settled down. At the same time, they also found out some information about the special ancient path that the white-haired old man mentioned before. A trial ground, a path to sainthood. Lin Tian muttered to himself. According to what they found out, the special ancient path was controlled by the Lord Theological Seminary. It would open every once in a while, and only the disciples of the Lord Theological Seminary were qualified to enter the ancient path. It was filled with endless divine fate and countless immortal treasures and divine items. At the same time, more importantly, that path seemed to lead to a space in the celestial realm. Of course, the latter was only a rumor, because since ancient times, no one had entered the so-called celestial realm through that path. Let's not talk about the endless divine fate. Do you think that path really leads to the celestial realm? It sounds like the celestial realm is a very extraordinary place. It seems to be even more amazing than the celestial realm. Whooshing Crocodile said, "It's a coincidence. Although I can't be sure, I feel that there's a 90% chance that it's true." Lin Tian pondered for a moment before he said, "Now that I think about it, perhaps the Emperor God Academy's ultimate goal of gathering geniuses from all over the imperial courtyard and allowing these people to enter the ancient path was to rely on these geniuses to open up the door to the Saint region." "That's not right." Ling Yin was a little puzzled and said, "That's completely unnecessary. With the strength of the high-level experts of the Lord Theological Seminary, they definitely surpass the disciples who are admitted into the imperial courtyard every time. Even the young supreme expert, who ranks first on the ranking of 100 immortals, definitely can compare with the strongest expert of the Lord Theological Seminary, right? Even the experts of the Lord Theological Seminary weren't able to open the door to the sacred region from that ancient path. So the disciples of the imperial courtyard have even less of a chance to do so. There should be some kind of restriction that has nothing to do with pure strength or cultivation." Baiziki said. Hearing his words, Ling Yin was immediately moved. White Tiger and the others were also moved. White Pig is right. If the sacred region really exists, there might be some kind of restriction in opening the door to the sacred region. And this restriction makes the leaders of the Lord Theological Seminary helpless. Therefore, they need to recruit cultivators from the celestial region and the surrounding large worlds to enter the imperial courtyard and use their strength to open the door to the sacred region. Lin Tiandao said, "Of course, although opening the door to the sacred region might have nothing to do with pure strength or cultivation, those who can open the door to the sacred region are definitely not ordinary people. In terms of aptitude, they are definitely extraordinary. Therefore, the imperial courtyard's requirements to recruit disciples are naturally very high." Hearing his words, Ling Yun and the others were moved again. In that case, that ancient path can really lead to the sacred region. Is there really a sacred region? White Tiger was astonished. The sacred region. Just the mention of these two words was very difficult. The possibility is very high, but we can't be sure. After all, no one has really seen the sacred region. Lin Tiandao. The group nodded. There was really no way to say for sure whether such a thing existed or not. Let's not think about this anymore. Since we're already at the Lord Theological Seminary, what should we do next? And Shui asked. Let's walk through every corner of the Lord Theological Seminary first. After all, we'll be staying here for a long time in the future. Lin Tiandao. Then the group temporarily left their residence and walked to every corner of the Lord Theological Seminary. The Lord Theological Seminary was shockingly vast, and the immortal spiritual energy was also very rich. The group walked through the Lord Theological Seminary. Along the way, there were many disciples of the Lord Theological Seminary walking. When they saw the group, their eyes immediately fell on Lin Tian, and they couldn't help but point at him. This was really a series of shocking things that Lin Tian had done. First, he killed Jia Zijing and Mu Zhanyan, who were on the ranking of 100 immortals. Then, on the first day of his arrival at the Lord Theological Seminary, he beheaded Qin Jingyan's battle beast in public and roasted it. It was really hard not to be moved. His courage was shocking. Boy, you just arrived and you've already become a celebrity. Whooshing Crocodile clicked its tongue. Lin Tian glanced at it and ignored it. They walked through the imperial courtyard. Because the imperial courtyard was vast enough and they were walking on foot, even with their cultivation at the peak of the Xian immortal realm, It took them a full 2 months to barely walk through the entire Emperor God Academy. Of course, the complete here was only the places that ordinary disciples of the imperial courtyard could go. They naturally couldn't go to some special places. Generally, only the higher-ups of the imperial courtyard could set foot in those special places. After 2 months, almost all the young geniuses who were invited and had the emperor's token had arrived at the imperial courtyard. Only some super experts on the ranking of 100 immortals had not arrived. Outside the Lord Theological Seminary, the gray-robed old man who was guarding the gate was no longer there. Now, only a few dozen people on the ranking of 100 immortals had not arrived. Those people could directly enter the imperial courtyard when the time came, and there was no need to check the existence of the emperor's token. Lin Tian, get out here and fight. On this day, 2 months later, an arrogant voice sounded outside the Lord Theological Seminary. It sounded very arrogant. You think you can enter the Lord Theological Seminary just because you used despicable means to kill 2 young supreme experts on the ranking of 100 immortals. What a joke! Get out here and fight. If you lose, hand over the Emperor's token. I'm far more qualified to enter the Lord Theological Seminary than you are. This was a young man at the early stage of the Xian immortal realm. At this moment, he was standing outside the Lord Theological Seminary and shouting toward the Lord Theological Seminary. This attracted the attention of everyone. Lin Tian and the others naturally knew about this immediately and heard the man's clamor outside the imperial courtyard. This son of A.B*TCH, he's only at the early stage of the Xian immortal realm. How dare he be so arrogant? Is he crazy to want to enter the Lord Theological Seminary? Whooshing crocodile gritted its teeth. You're courting death. The white tiger was very displeased. They were not surprised that the person who shouted knew Lin Tian's name. This was because when Lin Tian showed the emperor's token to the gray-robed old man of the Lord Theological Seminary, he had mentioned his name. Many people heard it, and naturally the news spread. A faint light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes, and he said, "Don't worry about him." He stayed in the residence of the Lord Theological Seminary and discussed with a group of people where they should go to gain experience next. Now, they had entered the Lord Theological Seminary and were disciples of the imperial courtyard. However, the Lord Theological Seminary itself did not provide any cultivation resources. Those who broke their heads to enter the Lord Theological Seminary did not come for the rich cultivation resources of the Lord Theological Seminary. There were only 2 real purposes for coming here. One was to be with the geniuses and use the pressure to improve and become stronger. The second was to enter that special ancient road and find a great divine fate on that special ancient road. Of course, the most important thing was that they wanted to enter the legendary Holy Land through that special ancient road. The Central Plains is full of outstanding people and countless immortal mountains. You can go to these immortal mountains and fight with the fierce beasts there to train yourself. Moreover, many immortal mountains also have amazing heavenly materials and earthly treasures that can be directly used to improve your cultivation. And Shui said, "The 8 Desolation ancient mountain range closest to the Lord Theological Seminary is very vast. Throughout history, many disciples of the imperial courtyard have gone there to gain experience." Lin Tian thought for a moment and said, "Then let's go to the 8 Desolation ancient mountain range to gain experience in a few days and reach the celestial immortal realm as soon as possible." Baiziki and the others nodded and had no objections. In the blink of an eye, another day passed. "Lin Tian, come out and fight me." "Are you too cowardly to fight me?" "I'll fight you with only one hand. Come out." On this day, it was the young man who shouted outside the Lord Theological Seminary again. His words were even more arrogant than yesterday. Lin Tian still didn't pay any attention to this. Together with Baiziki and the others, he made preparations to head to the 8 Desolate mountain range to train. After that, as time went by, outside the Lord Theological Seminary, other than the young man who was at the early stage of Xian Immortal, gradually other people challenged Lin Tian to a fight. What else can you do besides using despicable means to cheat people? You're useless. If you dare to come out, I'll fight you with both hands. Do you dare? He doesn't dare to come out and fight because he knows that he'll definitely lose if he does. He can't afford to lose face, so he can only hide in the Lord Theological Seminary. I'll fight you with only one hand and won't use any magic or secret technique. Lin Tian, do you dare to come out and fight me? These people were all arrogant and looked down on Lin Tian as if he was nothing. Most importantly, many of them were only at the true immortal realm, which made the other disciples of the Lord Theological Seminary shake their heads. Even though these students of the Imperial Academy knew that Lin Tian had prepared a special method to kill Jia Zijing and Mu Zhanyan, and he wasn't a match for the two of them by relying on his own combat strength. But no matter what, Lin Tian's cultivation was at the mysterious immortal realm. Now, some true immortals actually dared to speak arrogantly like this, and it was truly incomprehensible. At the same time, more Imperial Courtyard disciples vaguely thought of something. Looking at the group of people who were arrogantly shouting outside the Lord Theological Seminary, a faint light couldn't help but flash in their eyes. A group of dogs who are trying to please the crowd. Master, who is going to slap them to death. The white tiger gnashed his teeth. What are you angry about? Those people are doing it on purpose. They're just following someone's orders. Lin Tian himself seemed very calm. What do you mean? The white tiger was slightly puzzled. Chapter 1699. Those people clamoring outside the Lord Theological Seminary were too abnormal. How could Lin Tian not see through the clues? He knew that someone had asked those people to deliberately humiliate him outside the Lord Theological Seminary to provoke him to come out and then kill him outside the Lord Theological Seminary. After all, in the Lord Theological Seminary, some people who wanted to kill him were powerless. Hearing his words, the white tiger was slightly stunned. Then it instantly understood. Now that you mention it, it does seem to be the case. Then it added, however, even so, we can't really let those people clamor, right? It did not ask who was the one who was scheming in the dark, because since it already knew that someone was setting a trap behind the scenes to provoke Lin Tian to go out and kill Lin Tian, it would naturally be very easy to guess the background of the mastermind. It was either the Jia clan, the He clan, or the Mu clan. Of course not. Lin Tiandao. Previously, he was just preparing to go to the 8th Desolation Ancient Range with a group of people and couldn't be bothered with those people. But now, they had made the necessary preparations. So, naturally, they had to respond to those people clamoring. As for the mastermind behind these clamoring people, he naturally guessed that it was from the Jia clan, the He clan, or the Mu clan. The strongest person in these 3 clans was only at the peak of the Immortal King realm. Although he couldn't stop them with his own battle strength, he had little Taichu by his side. He could kill anyone below the true God realm. He didn't fear those 3 clans at all. Immediately he called the white tiger by Ziki and the others to walk out of the residence and out of the Lord Theological Seminary. Timid Lin, do you really plan to hide in the Lord Theological Seminary for the rest of your life? Do you still have any dignity? I lowered my cultivation to the eternal realm to fight with you, and you still don't dare? Coward! I lowered my cultivation to the immortal realm and then fought with you with both hands? Do you dare to come out and fight? I've never seen such a cowardly person. I reckon that even if a body refinement cultivator were to challenge him, he wouldn't dare to accept the challenge. Outside the Lord Theological Seminary, there were already more than 20 cultivators clamoring. All of them had mocking expressions on their faces and were extremely arrogant. This made the disciples of the Lord Theological Seminary narrow their eyes slightly, because by now, practically everyone had seen through the clues behind this, and guessed that these people had been instructed by someone to deliberately create a ruckus here to lure Lin Tian out of the imperial courtyard. Someone wanted to lure that person out of the Lord Theological Seminary and kill him outside the Lord Theological Seminary. It's already very obvious. But even so, these people who are making a ruckus are really arrogant, and it's easy to anger them. I wonder if that Lin Tian will rush out in anger. That Lin Tian is not an idiot. Obviously, he can see that there's something strange about this. He knows that there's a real powerhouse hiding in the dark, waiting for him to come out, and then kill him outside the Lord Theological Seminary. So, how could he be so stupid as to rush out? That's true. Some disciples of the Lord Theological Seminary were talking among themselves. Lin Tian is here. At this moment, an exclamation rang out. As this exclamation rang out, the disciples of the imperial courtyard, who were still discussing just now, immediately turned their heads and looked over. Then they saw Lin Tian and Baiziki's group walking straight out of the Lord Theological Seminary. This made the disciples of the imperial courtyard involuntarily change their expressions, and they all looked at Lin Tian with a surprised expression. Is he going to go out? It looks like he's really going to go out. Is he stupid? Could it be that he didn't guess that someone is deliberately provoking him to go out? No matter how I think about it, it's impossible. Has he lost his mind because of anger? Those people with him are following him, and they want to go out with him? Can't they see any clues? When they saw Lin Tian, Baiziki, and the others walking straight out of the Lord Theological Seminary, all the disciples of the Lord Theological Seminary were shocked by this scene. When Lin Tian saw the strange gazes of these people, he could understand their doubts. However, he did not care at all and quickly stepped out of the Lord Theological Seminary. He's out. Outside the Emperor God Academy, there were more than 20 people who were hooting. They were led by a Xian immortal youth. When they saw Lin Tian walk out of the Emperor God Academy, joy and fear flashed across their eyes. Then they retreated as fast as they could. The other disciples of the Lord Theological Seminary couldn't help but shake their heads when they saw the scene. Such a scene clearly proved that these people were incited by someone, and it was merely for the sake of luring Lin Tian out of the Lord Theological Seminary. It was a scheme. Bang, bang, bang. At practically the exact same moment, 3 formidable divine energies surged, and then 3 old men appeared out of thin air. Their majestic divine energies instantly sealed off the surrounding space and trapped Lin Tian's group within it. Coldness and killing intent interweaved. 3 immortal kings. Moreover, they are peak immortal kings. The disciples of the Lord Theological Seminary couldn't help but be moved. Although they had guessed that those people were clamoring to lure Lin Tian out of the Lord Theological Seminary and guessed that there were experts hiding in this place, secretly preparing to kill Lin Tian, they didn't expect that the experts hiding in this place were actually 3 peak immortal kings. Peak immortal kings, experts of this level, were extremely terrifying. Seniors, we've already lured him out. Seniors, don't forget about the treasure you promised us. In the distance, the green-clothed young man who led the group said excitedly, "There will be benefits for you." The man in the middle of the 3 old men said coldly. He was dressed in a golden robe, and his eyes were filled with oppressive coldness and terrifying killing intent. This was the strongest patriarch of this generation of the Jia family, who was at the peak of the immortal king realm. When he heard that the strongest genius of the Jia family, Jia Zijing, had been killed by Lin Tian, he immediately came out of seclusion. His killing intent towards Lin Tian was very strong, and his gaze was so cold that it could freeze one's soul. Of the other 2 old men beside him, one of them was the strongest patriarch of the Mu family. He was the saint son of his lineage, Mu Zhanyan, who had been killed by Lin Tian. Just like the patriarch of the Jia family, the killing intent in his eyes was extremely terrifying. As for the other old man, his gaze fell on Baiziki. He wanted to snatch the ancient god diagram from Baiziki. Lin Tian looked at the 3 of them and felt that the surrounding void had been completely sealed. He could feel the coldness and killing intent from the 3 of them, but he didn't care at all. He smiled faintly and said, "Jia family, He family, Mu family, your 3 clans are still." As he spoke, he suddenly stopped talking and tilted his head to look in another direction. Almost at the moment when he tilted his head, a strong immortal pressure appeared in that direction. a black-robed young man walked over. His face was as sharp as a knife, and his Immortal King aura was very strong. He was obviously at the early stage of the Immortal King realm. Qin Jingyan, the young supremacy, ranked 57th on the ranking of 100 immortals. He came to the imperial courtyard. He has his eyes on that Lin Tian. Seeing this black-robed young man, the people inside and outside the Lord Theological Seminary were shocked again. The young supremacy, ranked 57th on the ranking of 100 immortals, was much more important than the 3 ordinary peak immortal kings. Not only these people, but even the patriarchs of the Jia family, He family, and Mu family could not help but look at Qin Jingyan at this time. Their expressions changed slightly. This person is a little scary. His cultivation is at the early stage of the Immortal King realm, but his combat strength is definitely much stronger than ordinary peak immortal kings. Wuxing Crocodile and White Tiger were shocked. Ling Yin and Shui Shui were also shocked. Baiziki's eyes were shining brightly. Obviously, they all felt the power of Qin Jingyan. Lin Tian could also feel the terror of the other party. His essence, qi and spirit were too strong. Probably no one below the true God realm could resist him. Lin Tian. Qin Jingyan walked over from afar. His eyes fell on Lin Tian. There was no threatening coldness, only a sense of indifference. It's me. Facing this person, Lin Tian felt a huge pressure, but the expression on his face did not change at all. Qin Jingyan did not say anything. His expression was still cold. Then he directly raised his hand and pressed down on Lin Tian. With a rumble, the void was directly annihilated. The immortal king divine energy intertwined, and the killing intent was not concealed at all. He directly attacked. Is he going to kill that person? Of course, he killed Qin Jingyan's battle beast in front of everyone, roasted it, and ate it. Qin Jingyan's reputation has been greatly damaged. Of course, he has to kill him. Some imperial courtyard disciple said. When the old ancestor of the Jia clan and the other 2 saw Qin Jingyan making his move against Lin Tian, they also made their moves. The old ancestor of the Jia clan and the old ancestor of the Mu clan raised their hands and attacked Lin Tian. The old ancestor of the He clan also attacked Lin Tian together. After killing Lin Tian, he would then suppress Baiziki and snatch the ancient divine drawing. In an instant, the 4 immortal kings attacked. Terrifying divine energy surged, sealing off the surroundings and suppressing all directions. It was extremely shocking. It's over, it's over. He's dead meat. Not only will he die, but his companions will also be annihilated. Not necessarily. Among them, there seems to be the beloved daughter of the clan of the Lao Wang province. She should be fine. After all, the clan is very powerful. If there is no particularly great hatred, no matter if it is Qin Jingyan, the Jia clan, the He clan, or the Mu clan, they should not kill her. This seems to be the case. In any case, that Lin Tian is definitely dead. Facing such a situation, it is impossible for him to survive. Alas, he just entered the Lord Theological Seminary, and he can only blame himself for being stupid. It was obviously easy to guess that there was something wrong. As long as he did not leave the imperial courtyard, he would definitely be fine. Even Qin Jingyan could not do anything to him in the Lord Theological Seminary. However, he insisted on leaving the Lord Theological Seminary. He was simply courting death. Yes. Many cultivators shook their heads and said. However, Lin Tian's expression was still very calm. All of you want to kill me. Unfortunately, the ones who will be bloody unlucky in the end will only be you. He glanced at Qin Jingyan, the elders of the Jia clan, the He clan, and the Mu clan, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Little guys, kill them all. Chapter 1700. The 6-colored divine light was as deep as the sea. It swept across the whole heaven and earth, shattering the firmament and shaking the whole area. Puff, puff, puff. The The patriarchs of the Jia family, the He family, and the Mu family who were reaching for Lin Tian were instantly shattered and sent flying. On the other side, Qin Jingyan's condition was much better, although he was also pushed back a few steps. The arm that he used to attack Lin Tian did not shatter. Instead, dense cracks appeared all over his arm like a spider web. That is, no way. Near the imperial courtyard, all the cultivators were shocked. 3 senior experts at the peak of the Immortal King realm and a supreme martial artist on the ranking of 100 immortals, who was even more powerful than the previous 3, were all injured at the same time. That snow-white little beast beside him is actually so terrifying. All the cultivators' gazes fell on the little Taichu. They were completely stunned, and many of them could not help but tremble. At this moment, as far as the eye could see, the little Taichu's body was not big at all. It looked very small, but the 6-color divine light that surrounded its body was frighteningly vast. It was full of sacred and majestic aura, as if it could wipe out everything in the world. The patriarchs of the Jia family, the He family, and the Mu family stabilized themselves and repaired their arms. They all looked at the little Taichu. I see. You killed a celestial king from my family who went out previously. You also killed a celestial king from my family. The patriarchs of the Jia family and the He family looked terrible. They stared at the little Taichu without blinking, and their killing intent was overwhelming. Earlier, when Jia Zijing headed to the He clan for the betrothal, he was killed by Lin Tian midway. The Jia clan was enraged and instantly sent out an immortal king. As for the He clan, it was naturally impossible for them to ignore this. For the sake of obtaining the diagram of the ancient god in Baiziki's possession, they also sent out an immortal king. However, not long after that, the immortal kings from both clans all died. At that time, the 2 great clans were both shocked and enraged. Even though they believed that this matter had something to do with Lin Tian, they truly couldn't understand how Lin Tian could kill an immortal king at the Xian immortal realm. But now, the strongest ancestors of the 2 races finally understood. So it turned out that there was actually such a terrifying little beast by Lin Tian's side. Earlier, the 2 immortal kings of their 2 races who rushed out to kill Lin Tian were clearly killed by this little beast. On the other side, the injury on Qin Jingyan's arm instantly healed. His gaze also fell on the little Taichu, and his eyes were slightly cold. He was ranked 57th on the ranking of 100 immortals. Although his cultivation was only at the early stage of the Immortal King realm, his battle prowess was slightly stronger than the patriarchs of the Jia clan, He clan, and Mu clan. At this time, he truly felt that the little Taichu was extraordinary. Little guy, kill them together. Don't bother with their nonsense. Lin Tian said, "Yeah." The little fellow responded in a childish voice. With a flap of its wings, 6 divine rays of light instantly filled the sky, enveloping the Jia clan's ancestor, the He clan's ancestor, the Mu clan's ancestor, and Qin Jingyan within. For a moment, a sacred and majestic aura surged, almost dyeing the sky of this place into 6 colors. The expressions of the patriarchs of the Jia clan, He clan, and Mu clan all changed. The 6-colored divine light was too terrifying. It gave them a sense of pressure and threat at the first moment, and they all attacked at the same time. On the other side, Qin Jingyan was also slightly moved. He also felt the terror of the 6-colored divine light. He directly propped up a divine shield behind him and faced the 6-colored divine light of the little Taichu. Boom! The 4 of them attacked one after another, colliding with the 6-colored divine light of the little Taichu, causing the void to collapse one after another. "Yeah." The little Taichu called out in a childish voice again. The wings on its back flapped slightly again. Then a large expanse of 6-colored divine flames suddenly surged out. It was like a sea of 6-colored divine flames, drowning the patriarch of the Jia clan. Ah! A miserable scream rang out immediately. The six-colored divine flames were terrifying. The patriarch of the Jia clan's immortal king realm body was instantly ignited. All the divine abilities and secret techniques he used to resist were useless. He turned into a human-shaped torch, tumbling in the void, and then fell to the ground. No. A dozen breaths passed in the blink of an eye, accompanied by a miserable scream that was mixed with despair, fear, and unwillingness. The patriarch of the Jia clan's immortal king realm body completely disappeared, leaving only a pile of grayish-black ashes on the ground outside the Lord Theological Seminary. He's dead, dead. A peak-stage immortal king was. The surrounding cultivators were almost terrified. That was a peak-stage immortal king realm expert. But he was burned to death by the little Taichu in an instant. The patriarch of the He clan and the patriarch of the Mu clan had barely withstood the six-colored divine light. When they saw this scene, they couldn't help but tremble. Even Qin Jingyan was moved again. Even Wuxing Crocodile, Ling Yin, and the others who were familiar with the little Taichu's power couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Little Munchkin is really too terrifying. The white tiger trembled. Lin Tian, on the other hand, was very calm. He wasn't surprised at all. The little guy was from the immortal spirit royal family, and he was even nobler than the legendary heavenly dragon. Now that he was at the intermediate stage of the immortal king realm, killing an ordinary peak stage immortal king realm cultivator was as easy as cutting grass. Almost at the same time in the distance, the expressions of the 20 or so people who had been shouting at Lin Tian outside the imperial courtyard changed drastically. These people looked at the little Taichu and then looked at Lin Tian. Cold sweat kept flowing down their foreheads, and they couldn't help but tremble. Previously, the Jia clan's patriarch, the He clan's patriarch, and the Mu clan's patriarch had promised them great benefits. They asked them to challenge Lin Tian outside the Lord Theological Seminary, humiliate Lin Tian, and provoke Lin Tian to come out of the Lord Theological Seminary. They did it without hesitation because the Jia clan's patriarch and the others were at the peak of the immortal king realm. So what if Lin Tian had many tricks up his sleeve? In the end, he was only a Xian immortal. They thought that as long as they provoked Lin Tian would definitely die. He wouldn't be able to escape the encirclement of 3 peak stage immortal kings. They didn't need to worry about Lin Tian taking revenge on them at all. They could peacefully get the treasures that the Jia clan's patriarch and the others had promised them. But now, when they saw the scene in front of them, all of them were stunned. No matter what, they didn't expect that Lin Tian would have such a terrifying little beast by his side. It actually killed the Jia clan's patriarch, an expert at the peak of the immortal king realm, in such a short period of time. What kind of terrifying combat strength was this? And with such a shocking combat strength by his side, even if they provoked Lin Tian now, so what? Could the remaining patriarch of the He clan and the patriarch of the Mu clan threaten Lin Tian? Could they kill Lin Tian? Absolutely impossible. Even if they joined forces with Qin Jingyan, who was on the ranking of 100 immortals, they wouldn't have any hope. The gap between the combat strength of these 3 and the little Taichu by Lin Tian's side was too obvious. Even an ordinary person could see it at this moment. Go run. Among the more than 20 people, the young mystic immortal, who was the leader, said in a trembling voice. He called for the others to escape together. These people who were clamoring were gathered by him. At this moment, when he saw the scene, he knew very well that the Mu clan's patriarch and the others definitely couldn't kill Lin Tian. After this, Lin Tian would definitely not let them go. They had to escape immediately. At that moment, the more than 20 people moved at the same time. They carefully retreated into the distance, not daring to retreat too quickly or too obviously. They were worried that if their movements were too big, Lin Tian would notice. However, no matter how subtle and inconspicuous their movements were, they still couldn't escape Lin Tian's eyes. This was because the moment Lin Tian walked out of the Lord Theological Seminary, he spread out a weak divine sense that surrounded the more than 20 people. At this moment, seeing that the group of people was preparing to escape. Lin Tian tilted his head. His footsteps shook slightly, and he took a step forward. "You're leaving? Weren't you very arrogant before? Didn't you want to fight with me?" Looking at the more than 20 people, his expression was very calm. "Come, let's fight. I'll give you a chance. Come at me together. P.S. Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. The dragon wishes everyone a happy Mid-Autumn Festival in advance, and a happy family. Also, since it's the Mid-Autumn Festival, I still have to give out some benefits. Tomorrow, the dragon will give out Mid-Autumn Festival red envelopes on WeChat's official account. Everyone's WeChat's official account can search for Sleepy Dragon and then follow him. The dragon will announce the password for receiving Mid-Autumn Festival red envelopes on WeChat's official account at around noon tomorrow. Everyone, come, the dragon is waiting for you." Chapter 1701. With Lin Tian standing in front of them and Lin Tian's words, the 20 or so people who were clamoring earlier trembled. Brother Lin, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. We're just joking with you. Please don't mind us. We're no match for you," the leader of the Mystic Immortals said in a trembling voice. Beside him, the others who were clamoring earlier also said that it was a misunderstanding. At the same time, they praised Lin Tian with fear on their faces. Near the imperial courtyard, the other cultivators couldn't help but snort when they saw the 20 or so people's current state. They were so arrogant earlier, but now that the main character is right in front of them, they're all scared like mice seeing a cat. They don't even have the slightest bit of integrity. That's normal. They're just clowns. What kind of integrity do you expect them to have? Oh, that's true, some of the imperial courtyard disciples said. When the whooshing crocodile, the white tiger, Ling Yin, and the others saw Lin Tian standing in their way, they couldn't help but sneer at the 20 or so people who were clamoring earlier. Lin Tian stood in front of the 20 or so people. His expression was still very calm. "Come on, what are you waiting for?" As soon as he said this, the 20 or so people trembled again. "Brother Lin, this is a misunderstanding. We were ordered by someone else. Please let us go. You're a prodigy of the Lord Theological Seminary. Why lower yourself to our level?" the leader of the Mystic Immortals said with even more fear. Lin Tian's expression was calm, as if he didn't hear this person. He said, "If you're not going to make a move, then I'll make a move." As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't seem to do anything, but a large number of sword rays appeared around him. Each of them was extremely sharp. Facing the sword light, the 20-plus people trembled even more violently. They immediately retreated, fleeing in different directions as if they were flying. They deeply felt the terror of the sword light, and they were simply unable to block it. Lin Tian glanced at them and didn't move. The sword rays around him flew out like rain and cut through the sky. Ah! Shrill cries resounded in an instant. One after another, blood sprayed out and dyed expanse after expanse of space red. In just the blink of an eye, all 20-plus of them had been pierced through, causing their bodies and souls to collapse at the same time while their bodies and souls were obliterated. "Good job killing them. A bunch of little bastards. What are you clamoring for?" Whooshing crocodile cursed. Lin Tian's expression didn't change in the slightest when facing this. The strongest amongst these 20-plus people was only at the initial stage of the mysterious immortal realm, and with his current cultivation at the peak of the mysterious immortal realm, killing such a group of people was naturally not a big deal for him. He tilted his head and looked in the direction of the little Taichu. He smiled and said, "Little guy, quickly get rid of those 3 people. We still have to rush to train." Such an attitude and such words caused the disciples near the Lord Theological Seminary to involuntarily tremble. This was simply treating the He clan's ancestor, the Mu clan's ancestor, and Qin Jingyan, a young supreme being on the 100 Immortals ranking, as weeds. Yeah. The little Taichu had been looking at Lin Tiansha and the other 20-plus people earlier. At this moment, when it saw Lin Tian get rid of those 20-plus people and heard Lin Tian's words, it immediately responded in its childish voice. The wings on its back shook, and a large expanse of 6-colored divine flames spread out, turning into a sea of divine flames that pressed down on the He clan's ancestor and the other two in a mighty manner. Rumbling sounds rang out. These flames were shocking to hear, and they instantly collapsed the void as if they could incinerate everything. The expressions of the He clan's ancestor, the Mu clan's ancestor, and Qin Jingyan changed slightly, and they quickly retreated. Each of them propped up a powerful divine technique to receive the attack. The aura of 3 immortal kings surged and filled the sky. Fellow Qin, how about the 3 of us join forces and kill it together? After that, we can kill that despicable thief. The Mu clan's ancestor looked at Qin Jingyan and said, he could clearly feel how terrifying the little Taichu was. If the 3 of them were to fight on their own, it was absolutely impossible for them to be a match for the little Taichu. Qin Jingyan's eyes narrowed. He paused for a moment and nodded slightly. Originally, a genius like him disdained to join forces with others to kill an enemy. However, at this moment, even someone as strong as him felt an enormous pressure when facing the little Taichu. If he were to fight alone, he was really no match for the little Taichu. Now, he only had a chance of winning if he joined forces with the Mu clan's ancestor. When the Mu clan's ancestor saw Qin Jingyan nod, he immediately said, "All right, yeah." A slightly dissatisfied voice rang out, interrupting the Mu clan's ancestor. Not far away, the little Taichu flapped its wings again, and 6-colored divine light spread out in all directions. Roar! A true dragon that was tens of thousands of feet long circled around its body like a dragon emperor protecting the Tao. After circling around it once, it turned into a ray of true dragon holy light and arrived in front of the Mu clan's ancestor in the blink of an eye. The Mu clan's ancestor was shocked. You puffed! The true dragon directly collided with his body, bringing with it a seemingly real dragon's might. It directly shattered his body, and even his soul was shattered. Such a scene caused the surrounding cultivators to involuntarily tremble. How long had it been? Another peak-level immortal king was instantly killed by the little Taichu. The little guy is going to defy the heavens. The white tiger shrunk its neck. This scene was simply a little frightening. It really killed peak-level immortal kings like cutting grass. The He clan's ancestor couldn't help but tremble slightly. His pupils constricted deeply. At this moment, he truly felt the terror of the little Taichu. Then, in the next moment, he didn't hesitate and directly retreated. He turned into a ray of immortal light and continued to flee into the distance. The Jia clan's ancestor and the Mu clan's ancestor, who were at the same cultivation level as him, were easily killed by the little Taichu one after another. At this moment, he truly saw that there was no one below the level of a true god who could stop the little Taichu. It was useless, no matter how many of them came. Therefore, he didn't stay any longer. He knew very well that if he continued to stay, nothing good would come out of it. Only by retreating now could he save his life. A peak-level Immortal King expert, he escaped. The group of cultivators was stunned. A peak-level Immortal King expert had incited Lin Tian to come out of the Lord Theological Seminary and kill Lin Tian. But now Lin Tian had come out. 2 of the 3 people who had started this conspiracy were killed in the blink of an eye, while the other person had escaped. When the little Taichu saw the He clan's ancestor escaping, it cried out in its childish voice again. With a light flap of its wings, a resplendent divine phoenix directly rushed out from behind it. It was like a real sacred bird, arriving in an instant and drowning the He clan's ancestor. Arg! A tragic cry rang out at the first instant. The He clan's ancestor was drowned by the divine phoenix and fell directly from the sky. While he was falling, his physical body directly exploded into pieces, and even the divine soul inside was shattered. His body and spirit were destroyed. This caused the group of cultivators near the imperial courtyard to suck in a breath of cold air. When they looked at the little Taichu, they couldn't help but tremble. This little beast, it's really, many people's hearts trembled. Lin Tian, on the other hand, was very calm. At this moment, he tilted his head and looked at Qin Jingyan, who was the only one left in the field. He's the only one left. Ha! So what if he's a young supreme immortal king on the ranking of 100 immortals? He still can't stop this little fellow. The whooshing crocodile sneered coldly. It was very clear what kind of race the little fellow was, and it was also very clear how strong the little fellow was. Even if Qin Jingyan was stronger than ordinary peak-level immortal kings, he was still no match for the little Taichu. Little fellow, it's settled. Lin Tiandao. Qin Jingyan wanted to kill him. Now that he had made a move, there was naturally no reason to let him go. He had to kill him. The little Taichu responded. The six-colored divine light surged and directly pressed down on Qin Jingyan. For a moment, there was a rumbling sound. Wherever the six-colored divine light passed, everything was suppressed, and the void collapsed at an extremely fast speed. Qin Jingyan's eyes flickered with a strange light, and he retreated. The next time we meet, I'll kill you. His gaze moved away from the little Taichu and fell on Lin Tian. Then, a divine jade platform emerged from his body and wrapped around his figure. The moment the six-colored divine light pressed down on him, it disappeared without a trace. It disappeared. It left this place. The disciples of the Lord Theological Seminary were all shocked. Then, they couldn't help but be even more shocked. When they looked at the little Taichu, they couldn't help but tremble violently. Now, even a young supreme expert like Qin Jingyan, who was ranked 57th on the 100 Immortals ranking, chose to retreat when facing the snow-white little beast in front of him. Obviously, he felt that he was no match for it. Spatial teleportation platform? There are quite a lot of life-saving things. Lin Tian looked the place where Qin Jingyan disappeared and sneered. That bastard, he ran really fast. The whooshing crocodile bared its teeth. In front, the six-colored divine light disappeared. The little Taichu flew back and landed on top of Lin Tian's head, grumbling in dissatisfaction. It was unhappy that Qin Jingyan had escaped. It's okay. I'll kill him the next time I see him, Lin Tian said with a smile and rubbed the little guy's head. Then he glanced at the disciples of the Lord Theological Seminary and asked Baiziki and the others to leave. They headed toward the 8 Desolation Mountains, not far from the Lord Theological Seminary. In the next period of time, they would train in the mountains. Outside the Lord Theological Seminary, a group of practitioners watched Lin Tianyi and the others leave. They looked at Lin Tian's back and looked at the little Taichu lying on top of Lin Tian's head. They couldn't help but tremble. They were all shocked by the little Taichu's terrifying combat strength. With such a terrifying little beast by his side, how many people will dare to provoke him in the future? This is simply... Many people's hearts palpitated. At the same time, inside the Lord Theological Seminary, a white-haired old man stood quietly in the innermost part of an attic. I misjudged. That little beast is actually from the legendary race. Wisps of light appeared in the old man's eyes. Lin Tianyi and the others left the Lord Theological Seminary. They were neither too fast nor too slow. In the blink of an eye, they had gone far away. Then, when they left dozens of immortal mountains behind, they came to a very majestic mountain range. Looking ahead, the mountain range in front of them was vast and boundless. There were astonishing roars of beasts and birds coming from it. The dense, demonic aura dyed the clouds in the sky gray, looking a little scary. It was like the desolate, ancient demon domain. We've arrived at the 8 Desolation Ancient Mountains. Lin Tiandao, Chapter 1702. The 8 Desolation Ancient Mountain Range was located at a location not far from the Lord Theological Seminary. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and the immortal spiritual energy was very dense. Looking from afar, one could see many ferocious beasts shuttling back and forth between the mountains. The demonic aura in the air was very shocking. When the group arrived, they did not hesitate at all and went straight into the mountain range. Roar! Roar! As soon as they entered the 8 Desolation ancient mountain range, the roars of the ferocious beasts became extremely ear-piercing, causing the void to tremble. There are probably even true god-level ferocious beasts in here. The whooshing crocodile was moved. The roars of the demonic beasts in here were really too intense, and the demonic energy contained within was very frightening. It's possible, but the number is extremely small. Lin Tiandao, he called out to the group and went deeper into the ancient mountain range. As they went deeper into the ancient mountain range, the demonic aura in the air became more shocking. At the same time, they gradually saw the figures of cultivators. Some of them were the disciples of the Lord Theological Seminary, but most of them were ordinary cultivators who entered the 8 Desolation ancient mountain range to train themselves. The group did not pay attention to these people and continued to go deeper into the mountain range. The demonic aura in the air became even denser. Boom! Not long after, a 3-foot-tall flame beast pounced on the group. Its eyes were eerie green, and the demonic aura was very shocking. The peak of the profound immortal realm. The white tiger was slightly shocked. At this time, they had not gone too far into the 8 Desolation ancient mountain range, but there were already peak profound immortal realm ferocious beasts pouncing on them. It was enough to imagine that most of the ferocious beasts in this mountain range were not weak. With a rumble, the void was distorted by the impact. The 3-foot-tall flame beast pounced on the group in the blink of an eye. Lin Tiandao raised his hand and casually slapped the flame beast. With a bang, the flame beast was slapped hundreds of feet away, smashing dozens of tall ancient trees in a row. Then it fell to the ground and smashed a big hole in the ground. "Let's go deeper to train," he said. In their group, besides little Taichu, who was at the intermediate stage of the Immortal King realm, the others were all at the peak of the mysterious immortal realm. Moreover, all of them were extraordinary. If they wanted to temper and strengthen themselves by fighting the ferocious beasts here, it was naturally impossible for them to fight ferocious beasts at the same level as them. At the very least, they had to find ferocious beasts comparable to half-step heavenly immortals to fight. On the other hand, he even had to find ferocious beasts comparable to the initial stage of the heavenly immortal realm to be his opponent. After all, with his physique, he was at the peak of the mysterious immortal realm now, so there was utterly no one beneath the heavenly immortal realm that was a match for him, and killing half-step heavenly immortals was as easy as cutting grass. At the same time, Baiziki possessed the Thunder God King physique, and his current cultivation was at the peak of the mysterious immortal realm, so he was extremely formidable. Just like him, Baiziki had to at least find ferocious beasts comparable to heavenly immortals to battle, because only in this way would he be able to improve his cultivation. At that moment, the group continued to advance into the 8 Desolation mountain range. Not long after, they crossed about tens of thousands of feet again. After arriving at this position, the demonic chi fluctuation in the air became even more shocking. The number of ferocious beasts was also more than the number of ferocious beasts in the periphery. Moreover, all of them were extremely terrifying. The weakest was comparable to half-step heavenly immortals, and there were also quite a number of them comparable to early-stage heavenly immortals. There were even ferocious beasts comparable to peak heavenly immortals that occasionally appeared in this area. This is it. Lin Tiandao. This area was very suitable for their training. They could all choose suitable ferocious beasts to fight. At that moment, he and Baiziki exchanged words with each other, and then each of them shuttled through this area to find ferocious beasts suitable for their current cultivation level to train. At the same time, he asked little Taichu to hover high in the sky of this area to protect them. If a sudden accident happened, or if anyone faced a real threat of death during the training process, little Taichu would be able to help in time. Then, in the blink of an eye, the group found ferocious beasts suitable for their cultivation level. Then, in this place, the roars of the ferocious beasts became even more intense. Boom! 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 Different divine power and demonic light were vast and mighty in this space. Sand and dust rushed up, ancient trees collapsed and blood splashed. The group, except for little Taichu, each of them found ferocious beasts to fight extremely fiercely, shattering pieces of the void. Lin Tianyi found a powerful ferocious beast at the early stage of the celestial immortal realm. Golden divine light was boiling, and his fist momentum was monstrous. Roar! This was a 100-sense ape. It had 6 demonic eyes, and it was an ancient species. Its demonic power was very shocking, and it had an innate ability. With a roar, it shattered a large piece of the void. Lin Tian fought with this 100-sense ape. Although the other party was slightly weaker than a real early-stage celestial immortal realm cultivator, it was still very terrifying and could bring him a lot of pressure. In this regard, Lin Tian was naturally fearless because he came to this place to look for pressure and use the strong pressure to force himself to improve. Dong! He waved the Chaos Emperor fist, and the fist radiance was vast and mighty. The fist power was monstrous, and the sky trembled as the ground collapsed inch by inch. At the same time, he took out the high heavens sword scripture. Golden sword radiance appeared like rain and densely slashed at the other party. For a time, the sharp sword radiance and the terrifying fist power mixed together, shaking the place until it was constantly collapsing. In this way, he fought with this 100-sense ape that was comparable to an early-stage celestial immortal realm cultivator, and in the blink of an eye an hour had passed. There were some wounds on his body, and his face was a little pale. The consumption of his divine power was more serious. On the opposite side, the 100-sense ape that was comparable to an early-stage celestial immortal realm cultivator was almost exhausted. When it looked at Lin Tian again, its eyes were filled with fear, and there was even a trace of fear. This human in front of it was clearly so small. Compared to its demon body that was 10 feet tall, he was insignificant, and his aura was not as strong as it. However, when they fought, it felt terrifying and threatened. It felt as if a sharp sword was colliding with it, and it could cut it apart at any time. Roar! It looked at Lin Tian and let out a low roar of anger. Then it quickly retreated with bloodstains all over its body. In just a few leaps, it disappeared into the forest in the distance. Lin Tian watched the other party leave and did not pursue. He took a deep breath and quickly adjusted his aura. After an hour, he recovered more than half of his essence, chi, and spirit. Then he moved again to find the next celestial, immortal, ferocious beast to train. After that, not long after, he found another ferocious beast that was comparable to an early-stage celestial immortal realm cultivator. It was a profound flame-bone bird, and it was stronger than the 100-sense ape from before. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly stepped toward the other party. Golden divine power surged around his body, and he directly launched an attack. The profound flame-bone bird was not weak. When it was provoked by a human, it naturally let out an angry roar. When it opened its mouth, a large amount of destructive immortal demon flame was directly burned into oblivion. Lin Tian could feel the terror of this flame, but he was not afraid. He directly called out the pure yang flame and fought the fire with fire. For a time, the rumbling divine power was vast and mighty in all directions. The golden divine light outside his body was dazzling. The pure yang flame was boiling, and the mortal power was soaring into the sky. After more than an hour, a roar accompanied by anger sounded. The profound flame-bone bird glared at Lin Tian with fear. Like the 100-sense ape from before, it shook its wings and fled into the distance, leaving behind a trail of blood. Lin Tian took a deep breath and still did not pursue. He was still injured, but he quickly adjusted his essence, chi, and spirit on the spot. Soon he recovered more than half. Continue, he muttered to himself. He moved in this area and soon found stronger, ferocious beasts. Once again, he began a new training battle. Suddenly, divine power surged and shook all directions. Then time flew by. He kept looking for powerful, early-stage, celestial, immortal, ferocious beasts to battle. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. 3 months later, on this day, accompanied by an incomparably fierce fist power, demon blood splattered into the sky. He waved the Chaos Emperor fist and blasted an early-stage, celestial, immortal, ferocious beast into pieces. Even its demon soul was annihilated in the power of the fist. At the same time, there was a loud bang. A majestic force swayed from his body, directly forming a hurricane that shattered the nearby void. His essence, chi, and spirit rose to a new height in a short time. Half-step, celestial, immortal. His body was stained with beast blood. He clenched his fist slightly, and there was a bright light intertwined in his eyes. P.S. It's the Mid-Autumn Festival. This dragon wishes everyone a happy holiday and a happy family. Then, I would like to thank Alpine A Flowing Water for the 5,000 traversal coins reward. Thank you. Chapter 1703. Divine radiance interweaved around his body, and it was dense and blazing, while faint, bright lights interweaved within Lin Tian's eyes. After ceaselessly battling numerous, formidable, ferocious beasts at the initial stage of the heavenly immortal realm for 3 months, his cultivation had finally broken through once more on this day, and he'd advanced from the peak of the mysterious immortal realm to the half-step heavenly immortal realm. Good. He clenched his fists lightly. At this moment he sensed his strength. The divine energy within his body surged without end, while his divine sense and soul had become even stronger, and his combat strength had obtained an enormous improvement. He was absolutely confident that with his current cultivation, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to kill ordinary cultivators at the initial stage of the heavenly immortal realm. Moreover, perhaps it was affected by his breakthrough into the half-step heavenly immortal realm. But the divine sword within his sea of consciousness couldn't help but shake slightly. He took a deep breath and temporarily stopped, looking for ferocious beasts to battle. He leaped lightly and descended onto a thick ancient tree at the side, and then he sat down cross-legged on this branch before closing his eyes to meditate. At this moment, he wasn't meditating for the sake of consolidating his cultivation, because his advancement this time had been stimulated by ceaseless battles with formidable ferocious beasts during these 3 months of time. In this way, the advancement of his cultivation could be said to be extremely stable and solid, unlike refining and absorbing some ordinary treasures of the heavens and the earth. He didn't have to spend a certain amount of time to consolidate his newly attained cultivation at all, and it was completely impregnable. At this moment, he was meditating here with his eyes closed, and he was mainly thinking about the heavenly tribulation he would face in the future. After all, he'd already attained the half-step heavenly immortal realm now, and he was merely half a step away from the heavenly immortal realm. It wouldn't be long before he would be able to step into the heavenly immortal realm, so he naturally had to make preparations to overcome the tribulation in advance. Bang, bang, bang. Throughout this area, divine and demonic glows interweaved as Baiziki and the others continued tempering themselves. Just like this, time flashed by, and another half a month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, a violent rumble resounded, and the sound of thunder pierced through the surrounding space. Just like Lin Tian from before, Baiziki had killed a formidable, ferocious beast comparable to the initial stage of the heavenly immortal realm before stepping into the half-step heavenly immortal realm. His body was naturally surrounded by the glow of lightning that crackled from time to time. Lin Tian opened his eyes slightly and looked in Baiziki's direction. He was secretly shocked by the power of the lightning surrounding Baiziki's body. It was as if it could shatter everything. By Lin Tian's heavenly immortal realm was in the blink of an eye, and then a ferocious beast at the intermediate stage of the heavenly immortal realm, heavenly immortal realm. Everything was in the blink of an eye, and a ferocious beast at the intermediate stage of the heavenly immortal realm, heavenly Lin Tian's immortal realm. Lin Tian. He's addicted to leveling up through battle, he muttered. Baiziki had just reached the half-step heavenly immortal realm, and he immediately challenged a ferocious beast comparable to the intermediate stage of the immortal heavenly immortal realm. Obviously, he wanted to continue to force himself to improve through intense battles. He shook his head in his heart, and then no longer cared about Baiziki and continued to think about his own heavenly immortal tribulation. Just like this, more than a month passed in the blink of an eye. Boom! 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 During this period of more than a month, powerful auras rushed up in this ancient forest one after another. And Shui, Wuxing Crocodile, Lingyan, and the White Tiger broke through one after another, and all of them reached the half-step heavenly immortal realm. Good. Just a little more, and I'll reach the heavenly immortal realm. Wuxing Crocodile's eyes shone brightly. The White Tiger bared its teeth. Speaking of which, refining treasures of heaven and earth is still the best. This kind of experience is simply too torturous. In the past 5 months, it had been constantly fighting with various ferocious beasts. During this period, it was severely injured again and again. Compared to the previous process of refining treasures of heaven and earth, it was simply the difference between hell and heaven. Brother Tiger, you're right. Lin Yin agreed very much. If that's the case, Lord Crocodile naturally thinks so too. Wuxing Crocodile also nodded, and then looked at Lin Tian, who was sitting on an ancient tree branch. Brat Lin, open up the dragon burial scripture. Dig the immortal dragon marrow and myriad Tao crystal for us. The immortal dragon marrow and myriad Tao crystal were rare treasures born from the auspicious momentum of heaven and earth. Even immortal kings would be jealous when they saw them. Lin Tian glanced over. Dig your grandpa. The immortal dragon marrow and myriad Tao crystal were things that even immortal kings would be jealous of. How could they be found so easily? Yeah, a childish voice sounded. Little Taichu descended from the sky at this time and landed on top of Lin Tian's head. Its little claws pointed to the southwest direction of this place, telling Lin Tian that it had felt a very strong Tao power in that direction just now. Lin Tian was immediately moved. He rose from the ground and looked in the direction that little Taichu pointed. His eyes changed. Strands of dragon patterns surrounded him, and he directly opened the Delusion Breaker Divine Eye. There! He opened the Delusion Breaker Divine Eye and looked in the southwest direction that little Taichu pointed. He vaguely saw an auspicious light. This auspicious light was located in a position far away in the southwest direction. It only appeared occasionally for a moment and then disappeared again. Then it appeared for a short time and then disappeared again. This caused his eyes to immediately intertwine with a bright light. This scene was enough to show that there was something extraordinary there. Immediately, he called Baiziki, Wuxing Crocodile, Lingyan, and the others and briefly explained the situation to them. There is definitely a divine treasure there. Let's go now. White Tiger's eyes were shining, and he had an excited expression. Lin Tian nodded. Immediately, with him as the leader, the group directly headed in the southwest direction. In the blink of an eye, they had traveled thousands of feet. It was also at this time that the void suddenly distorted, and a majestic celestial king-level pressure appeared, causing the sky to tremble slightly. Not far away, 2 figures walked over. One of them was dressed in black and had a sharp face. It was Qin Jingyan, the young supreme being ranked 57th on the list of 100 immortals. Next to him, the other person was dressed in blue. His face was exceptionally cold, but his aura was even stronger than Qin Jingyan's. He was like a sleeping beast that could destroy everything. Lin Tianyi and the others looked at Qin Jingyan and the blue-clothed young man next to him, who had suddenly appeared. They could not help but stop in their tracks. Lin Tianwei narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced at Qin Jingyan and the blue-clothed young man next to him. He did not say anything. Of these 2 people, Qin Jingyan obviously did not come to chat with him. He was very clear that he was 100% here to kill him. At this time, he did not need to think to know that the blue-clothed young man next to Qin Jingyan was a helper that Qin Jingyan had found. After all, Qin Jingyan knew that he had a powerful existence like little Taichu by his side. With his own strength, he was definitely not a match for little Taichu, so he could not threaten him. Little Qin, you didn't die the last time, and now you're here to die again? Wuxing Crocodile sneered. Naturally, he could see that Qin Jingyan and the blue-clothed young man did not come with good intentions. Yeah, little Taichu murmured. At this time, its eyes fell on Qin Jingyan, and 6 divine lights intertwined. Previously, it was very unhappy that Qin Jingyan had escaped. Qin Jingyan's eyes fell on little Taichu, and there was a sharp and cold light in his eyes. He said to the blue-clothed young man next to him, "Zhu Yin, I'll need your help to stop this snow-white little beast. With your strength, there shouldn't be a problem." The blue-clothed young man was called Zhu Yin, and he seemed to have a good relationship with Qin Jingyan. He nodded and took a step forward. Then, with a boom, an extremely terrifying aura spread out from his body and directly shattered a large part of the sky. Half step to real God. The white tiger immediately turned pale. P.S. I've delayed for an entire day and only just updated. Sorry. Then I'll update for today. Including the previous updates, there are a total of 3 chapters. I'll update them at the end of this month. Chapter 1704. The surging divine power with the faint aura of a true god surged out of the body of the young man in blue, almost suppressing the entire universe. The terrifying fluctuation caused the void to freeze and then disappear with a sizzling sound. Instantly, the white tiger and Wuxing Crocodile were shocked. So strong! Ling Yun frowned. A half-step true god was no joke. Moreover, it seemed that the other party was not an ordinary half-step true god. After all, he is a young sovereign ranked 11th on the ranking of 100 immortals. It is normal for him to have such strength. Lin Tiandao. He had a rough understanding of the people on the ranking of 100 immortals. Naturally, he knew about the blue-clothed youth named Zhu Yin. However, he did not expect that Zhu Yin had a good relationship with Qin Jingyan. Zhu Yin's body was surrounded by divine light, and his expression was cold. At this moment, he looked at little Taichu and locked onto it with his divine sense. Obviously, he wanted to restrain little Taichu, as Qin Jingyan had said. Moreover, when he locked onto little Taichu with his divine sense, there was a dazzling light in his eyes. Then, there was a sharp pressure that fell on little Taichu. Yeah, little Taichu was not happy. The 6-colored divine light surged and pressed on Zhu Yin. The divine power of the two collided, and a large part of the space was crushed. Qin Jingyan's gaze fell on Lin Tian. With killing intent, he walked toward Lin Tian. At this moment, although little Taichu was still beside Lin Tian, he could not care less with Zhu Yun around. Seeing Zhu Yun approaching, little Taichu knew that this person was going to kill Lin Tian. The 6-colored divine light outside his body burned even more fiercely and was about to press on Zhu Yin. Little guy, don't move. Let me do it. At this moment, Lin Tian's voice suddenly sounded. Little Taichu tilted his head and looked at Lin Tian curiously. Yeah. And Shui and Ling Yin were also puzzled. Brat, you mean you'll do it? One of them is a half-step true god while the other is an early-stage immortal king. Both of them are young paragons on the ranking of 100 immortals. You want to fight them? Are you sure? The Wuxing Crocodile and the white tiger both stared with wide eyes. In their opinion, with Lin Tian's current cultivation level, there was no way he could stop the two of them. The difference in cultivation level was too great. Even the usually calm Baiziki frowned slightly. Clearly, he couldn't understand why Lin Tian would say such a thing. Lin Tianyi smiled and did not say anything. He stepped forward, taking the initiative to walk towards Qin Jingyan and Zhu Yin. How pretentious! Qin Jingyan said coldly. He glanced at little Taichu and directly attacked. The immortal king light mercilessly pressed down on Lin Tian. At the same time, Zhu Yin also attacked. However, he didn't press down on Lin Tian. Instead, he emitted a very sharp aura and pressed down on little Taichu. In an instant, a large area of the void collapsed with a rumble. Little Taichu cried out angrily. Although Lin Tian asked it not to attack, it was still worried about Lin Tian. The six-colored divine light intertwined again and surged forward. At this moment, a large area of seven-colored divine light suddenly intertwined around Lin Tian's body. A divine sword surrounded by seven-colored divine light slashed out from between his eyebrows. The sword momentum instantly broke the heavens and the earth. Chi! Chi! As two soft sounds rang out, the divine power that Qin Jingyan and Zhu Yin had unleashed was immediately crushed to pieces. And Shui, Ling Yin, and the white tiger immediately widened their eyes. Baiziki was also shocked. At this moment, they all felt the terror of this seven-colored divine sword. Wuxing Crocodile was even more shocked. It's that divine sword. This brat can actually summon that divine sword at this time. It had seen Lin Tian use this divine sword before. It was very clear how terrifying this divine sword was. It could cut through almost everything. No wonder, he said, he would do it himself. Then it looked at Qin Jingyan and Zhu Yin opposite it with a mocking expression. These two were going to be in big trouble. Yeah. Little Taichu's eyes widened. It had also seen this divine sword with its own eyes. It knew that this divine sword had an extremely strong divine power. On the opposite side, Qin Jingyan and Zhu Yan's expressions changed slightly. Their gazes fell on the seven-colored divine sword that Lin Tian had summoned. There was shock and excitement in their eyes. Good stuff. Zhu Yin opened his mouth. His eyes were blazing as he stared at the seven-colored divine sword that Lin Tian had summoned. He directly took a step forward. An even more terrifying half-step true god aura rushed out from his body and pressed down on Lin Tian. Obviously, he had taken a fancy to the seven-colored divine sword that Lin Tian had summoned. At this moment, he rushed towards Lin Tian, wanting to snatch this seven-colored divine sword by force. Lin Tian looked at this person rushing towards him and sneered. He held the seven-colored divine sword and casually slashed it out. Clang! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing. A ray of seven-colored sword light slashed across, cutting through the void and appearing in front of the other party in an instant. Puff! Blood suddenly sputtered. Zhu Yin was directly pierced through. His sturdy immortal king body exploded in the next moment. This scene shocked in Shui and the others. Just one slash had shattered a half-step true god. This sword, White Tiger's eyes almost popped out as he stared at the seven-colored divine sword in Lin Tian's hand. The power of one slash could be so great. It was too terrifying. Those seven-colored light sources that we collected before, are they related to this sword? Baiziki looked at the seven-colored divine sword in Lin Tian's hand. His eyes were filled with light. On the other side, Qin Jingyan was truly shocked. Although he had felt that the seven-colored divine sword that Lin Tian had summoned was very terrifying, he did not expect it to be so terrifying. The half-step true god Zhu Yin could not even block one slash. You look very surprised. Lin Tian's voice rang out. He held the seven-colored divine sword in his hand. His gaze fell on Qin Jingyan, and he immediately stepped forward. Previously, when his cultivation had reached the half-step heavenly immortal level, the seven-colored divine sword in his sea of consciousness shook slightly, allowing him to sense that he could summon this divine sword and use it for a short period of time. Therefore, when he saw Qin Jingyan appear here with Zhu Yin, he was first slightly moved, but then he was overjoyed. This Qin Jingyan, at this time, had actually brought helpers to kill him. This was simply throwing himself into the mouth of an erupting volcano. Clang! He gently shook the seven-colored divine sword in his hand, and an ear-piercing sword cry reverberated. Then, a ray of seven-colored sword light instantly slashed out, mixed with majesty, vastness, and sharpness. It instantly crushed the void in all directions, as if it could collapse the heavens. Qin Jingyan felt the terror of this sword and immediately dodged as fast as he could. However, the speed and power of the seven-colored sword light far exceeded his expectations. In just an instant, the seven-colored sword light had arrived in front of him and pierced straight through his chest. Immediately, with a puff, dazzling blood, red splashed out. Just like Zhu Yin, his immortal king physical body was directly slashed into pieces, and only his soul was barely preserved. However, a total of 9 cracks had appeared on it. P.S. The second update will be at about 23:30 p.m. During this holiday, there were a lot of friends who came to look for me, and the delay was far beyond my imagination. I'm really sorry about this update, and I'm very sorry. Please forgive me, everyone. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Chapter 1705. Blood floated in the air as Qin Jingyan was cut into pieces by the sword. It was a ghastly sight. This sword is simply the white tiger's eyes almost popped out. Zhu Yun and Qin Jingyan, one was a half-step true god, while the other was an early-stage immortal king. Both of them were young sovereigns on the ranking of 100 immortals with extraordinary talent and combat strength. But now they were easily cut into pieces by Lin Tianyi's sword. Such a scene really shocked the white tiger. Boom! Boom! Divine power surged as the two immortal king-level auras intertwined. Zhu Yun and Qin Jingyan formed their bodies with their spiritual souls. Valuable. Really good. Zhu Yun's voice was low as his eyes were filled with shock. But more than that, there was a look of possessiveness as he stared at the seven-colored divine sword in Lin Tian's hand. In the next moment, he moved. Half-step true god, level divine power, crazily swept out as he propped up a secret technique. Dao, light intertwined as he pressed down on Lin Tian again. Obviously, he still wanted to snatch the divine sword. As a young sovereign ranked 11th on the ranking of 100 immortals, his vision was very unique. Naturally, he could see that the seven-colored divine sword was extraordinary. The void was distorted by the secret technique propped up by Zhu Yin, and the space in all directions was completely suppressed in an instant. In response, Lin Tianji sneered. His action was as simple as before. He swung his sword, and a ray of seven-colored sword light slashed straight at Zhu Yin. Puff! The seven-colored sword light was extremely sharp, and it immediately annihilated the secret technique propped up by Zhu Yin, shattering it once again. Since you're so eager to die, I'll kill you first. Lin Tiandao. He took a step forward, holding the divine sword as he charged forward. The moment Zhu Yin formed his body, he slashed his sword straight at Zhu Yin. Crack! 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 Everything in the surroundings was shattered. The sharp sword power turned into a seven-colored divine wave that swept away everything in its path. With a puff, Zhu Yin's newly formed body was shattered by the sharp sword power in the blink of an eye. Damn it! Zhu Yin let out a low roar. His half-step true god-level divine might surged, and his body reformed in an instant. The shock in his eyes grew even stronger. He could clearly feel how terrifying the rainbow divine sword in Lin Tian's hand was. And it was precisely because he felt the terror of this seven-colored divine sword that the light in his eyes became even more resplendent. He wanted to seize this sword even more. Lin Tian could naturally tell that the other party was eyeing the rainbow divine sword in his hand. With a cold laugh, he raised his divine sword again and pressed it down. His actions were simple and direct. He swung the divine sword and unleashed 49 streaks of rainbow-colored sword light. 49 consecutive rainbow-colored sword lights merged together. It was as if there was nothing that could not be destroyed. Everywhere, everything disappeared. Zhu Yun let out a low roar. He directly propped up more than 10 types of immortal Dao laws, combining them with even more powerful mystic abilities and secret techniques as he charged towards Lin Tian. However, the 49 seven-colored sword rays were too terrifying. They instantly annihilated everything. Pooh! Once again, Zhu Yin was directly crushed, blood spraying all over the sky. This is completely unstoppable. The white tiger trembled again. It feels like the level is completely different. And Shui swallowed a mouthful of saliva. At this moment, anyone could tell that Lin Tian, who was holding the 7-colored divine sword, was extremely powerful. At the very least, he was invincible below the true god level. Even though Zhu Yin was a young sovereign ranked 11th on the 100 Immortals ranking and had unparalleled combat strength in front of Lin Tian, who was holding the 7-colored divine sword, he was completely powerless. Rumble. The sound of flesh and blood squirming echoed. In the void, Zhu Yin once again reformed his shattered body. Staring at the 7-colored divine sword in Lin Tian's hand, the light in his eyes became even more intense. "Let's go!" Qin Jingyan stepped forward and said to Zhu Yun in a deep voice. At this moment, he could tell that with Lin Tian's 7-colored divine sword, even if the two of them worked together, they would definitely not be able to block it. Zhu Yun naturally felt this as well. His eyes gleamed as he looked at the 7-colored divine sword. Then he looked at Lin Tiandao. "I'll leave this sword with you first. In the future, it will belong to me." As he spoke, he and Qin Jingyan decisively began to retreat. Lin Tianling smiled. He raised his hand and slashed out with his sword, directly shattering the void and intercepting Zhu Yun and Qin Jingyan at the same time. "Stop daydreaming. You already have no future to speak of. Your future is the same as Qin Jingyan's. Both of you will die," he said coldly. As his words fell, he used the duality steps and closed in on Zhu Yun and Qin Jingyan at the same time. The 7-colored divine sword in his hand mercilessly slashed down again. Clang! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing and sharp. The 7-colored sword light pressed down on Zhu Yin with a force that could annihilate all things. At the same time, it also enveloped Qin Jingyan, who was beside him. Zhu Yun and Qin Jingyan were both stunned by this sword force. They both roared and supported dozens of immortal Dao laws to resist. At the same time, they each supported an immortal king weapon to meet the attack. In the face of this 7-colored sword light, they did not dare to be careless at all. However, this kind of counterattack was too weak under the attack of the 7-colored sword light. In the blink of an eye, it was shattered. The immortal king weapons that the two of them supported fell to the ground at the same time. The divine radiance on them instantly weakened by a lot. And this was after Lin Tianling had deliberately held back most of his strength at the last moment. He wanted to preserve the 2 immortal king weapons and keep them for his own use. Otherwise, the 2 immortal king weapons would have been directly turned into ashes by that sword strike. Clang! He slashed out with his sword again. With unparalleled sword force, it landed on Zhu Yun and Qin Jingyan, directly shattering them into pieces. At the same time, taking advantage of this gap, he raised his hand and grabbed the 2 celestial king grade precious weapons that had fallen to the ground. Using the power of the divine sword, he erased the 2 divine sense imprints on the weapons before putting away the 2 celestial king grade precious weapons. Zhu Yin and Qin Jingyan reassembled their bodies. When they saw this scene, their faces turned extremely cold. Their immortal king weapons were taken away just like that. Lin Tianling looked at the 2 of them and sneered. Holding the divine sword in his right hand, he shook it and created a 7-colored divine light that filled the sky. Then he used the 7-colored divine light to display the 4-symbol seal, forming a divine picture of the 4 symbols that was about 100 feet in diameter. It suppressed the surrounding space and enveloped Zhu Yun and Qin Jingyan at the same time. Your flesh shells are very good. I will make good use of them. He sneered. The two of them were both celestial king tier elites, so the life essence contained in their flesh shells was definitely terrifying. Now that he had the help of the power of the Rainbow Divine Sword, he could easily kill the two of them while preserving their flesh shells. Then, with the life essence in the flesh shells of these two immortal King Realm experts, they could definitely step into the heavenly immortal realm if they used the Saint Refining Treasure technique. Buzz. The divine picture of the four symbols was displayed with the power of the divine sword. It was unknown how strong it was. One could only see that as the divine picture of the four symbols appeared, the surrounding space was immediately sealed and everything was suppressed. Zhu Yin and Qin Jingyan both trembled. At this time, with the divine sword's power and the existence of the four-symbol seal, they suddenly felt that their movements had become difficult and their spirits were violently shaking. Get out of the range of this picture. Zhu Yun gritted his teeth. However, no matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. Don't waste your energy. With your current strength, it is impossible for you to break free from its range. Lin Tian's voice sounded. With a thought, the four-symbol seal that was displayed suddenly became brighter. The seven-colored divine light circled around it, causing Zhu Yun and Qin Jingyan to be completely restrained in an instant. This was the four-symbol seal that was activated with the power of the divine sword. How could an ordinary person break free from it? Clang! His gaze fell on Zhu Yun. Once again he raised his hand. With a swing of his hand, a ray of golden sword light shot towards Zhu Yun's forehead. Its speed was extremely fast, and its power was also terrifying. Following which, with a piu sound, the golden sword light pierced through Zhu Yun's forehead amidst his furious and unwilling screams. After which, it pierced through the back of his head, leaving behind a long trail of blood. The light of life in his eyes disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 1706. Blood splattered out in a dazzling manner, floating in the air. A bloody hole had been pierced through Zhu Yun's forehead. His body was perfectly preserved, but the luster of life in his eyes had disappeared without a trace. His body was still there, but his spirit was gone. What a pervert! The white tiger couldn't help but shiver. Zhu Yun was a young sovereign, ranked 11th on the 100 Immortals ranking. He was a half-step true god, but now he was killed so easily. This sword is... Ling Yin was also shocked, and Shuang was shocked, and Shui's eyes widened. Even someone as calm as Bai Ziki could not help but flicker at this moment. She was truly shocked by the divine sword that Lin Tian had summoned. On the other side, Qin Jingyan, who was dressed in black, narrowed his eyes. His expression had truly changed. He immediately retreated again. A dozen rays of light rolled and turned into a divine radiance that shot into the sky. He was about to leave this place, but now the powerful Zhu Yun was actually killed so easily by Lin Tian. This was something he had never expected. He had never expected the existence of the seven-colored divine sword. Buzz! In the sky, the four symbols seal trembled. Divine brilliance fell and imprisoned Qin Jingyan again. I've said it before. Don't waste your energy. With your current strength, don't even think about getting out of the range of this seal. Lin Tiandao. The four-symbol seal was a peerless divine art. Like the dragon burial scripture, it was enough to amaze the past, present, and future. At this time, he had used the power of the seven-colored divine sword to create the four-symbol seal. In this way, even if Qin Jingyan was a young sovereign at the immortal king realm, he wouldn't be able to shake this divine picture. Even if there was a real god expert at this time, it would probably take some effort to fight against the divine picture of four symbols that he had summoned. Stop. I'll pretend that nothing happened, Qin Jingyan said in a deep voice. Lin Tian couldn't help but laugh. You're really funny. Do you have the right to say such things now? Do you really not understand your current situation? As he spoke, he raised the rainbow divine sword in his hand and calmly slashed out. Those who wish to kill will be killed. He was not a cruel and merciless person, but he was definitely not a merciful person. Others had tried to kill him twice, so how could he give up? It wasn't like there was something wrong with his IQ. Clang! A blinding sword radiance tore through the sky. The rainbow divine sword slashed out a rainbow sword radiance as he waved it. Qin Jingyan's expression changed greatly. He couldn't help but shout, "You live, pooh!" Blood splashed out, directly interrupting his next words. The seven-colored sword light pierced through his forehead, instantly crushing the soul in his sea of consciousness, causing the luster of life in his eyes to rapidly disappear at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just like Zhu Yin, his flesh shell still existed, but he had already perished from the world. In the blink of an eye, he killed 2 young Supremes. Moreover, one of them was ranked 11th on the ranking of 100 Immortals. Wuxing Crocodile clicked its tongue. Looking at the rainbow divine sword in Lin Tian's hand, it was both surprised and excited. A young supremacy ranked 11th on the ranking of 100 Immortals, and a young supremacy ranked 57th on the ranking of 100 Immortals were killed in this place. Moreover, it was a crushing defeat. It was truly shocking. Cool. Very cool. The white tiger bared its teeth. Being attacked by a strong force and then easily killed. The feeling of being slapped in the face was really cool. Lin Tianyi smiled. Then, in the next moment, the rainbow divine sword in his hand emitted a divine radiance. Suddenly, it vibrated on its own and turned into a rainbow light that shot into his forehead. In the blink of an eye, it returned to the bottom of his sea of consciousness and settled down like a rock. It's time, he muttered to himself. With his current cultivation, although he could occasionally summon the rainbow divine sword, he could not control it for a long time. And Shui stared at him with her eyes wide open. What on earth is that sword of yours? It's simply too exaggerated. You actually have such a divine weapon? It feels like an ultimate emperor weapon. It's too terrifying. As far as she knew, even the most powerful treasures of the grand ancient clans in the 12 immortal planes were nowhere near as terrifying as the 7-colored divine sword that Lin Tian had summoned. The presence of the sword seemed to truly be able to suppress everything in the world, making it impossible for anything to stop it. Just as you think, it's a powerful ancient weapon. Lin Tiandao, and Shui nodded. Then she asked doubtfully, but since you have such a terrifying ancient weapon, why did you ask the little guy to deal with the Jia family's patriarch and the others when you walked out of the Lord Theological Seminary a few months ago? If you summoned that sword, you could have killed everyone at that time. Qin Jingyan would not have been able to escape at that time, because the probability of summoning that sword is very small. He can't control it as he wishes now. He can only summon it when the divine sword acts strangely on its own. Wuxing Crocodile spoke for Lin Tiandao. The people in this place were all old friends and were absolutely trustworthy. Therefore, there was nothing to hide about this matter. And Shui was moved. She looked at Lin Tian and asked, "Is that so?" She looked even more curious and strange. "It's just a sword. Why does it sound like it has its own consciousness? It will only let you use it when it's happy?" Lin Tian, well, you can put it that way. He smiled. Then he felt a little helpless. After saying that, he did not continue to talk about this matter. He raised his hand and grabbed the flesh shells of Zhu Yun and Qin Jingyan. The flesh shells of these two were deliberately left behind by him. One of them was at the half-step true immortal realm, while the other was at the early stage of the immortal king realm. The life essence contained in the flesh shells was absolutely amazing. If they refined it with the saint refining technique, their cultivation would definitely increase again in a short period of time. At least, they could reach the height of the heavenly immortal realm from the half-step heavenly immortal realm. Let's go. Find a place to refine it. Whooshing crocodile's eyes lit up. At this time, Lin Tian left the flesh shells of these two people. It naturally knew what Lin Tian was planning. Lin Tian nodded. Then, the group quickly found a hidden cave in the mountain range. Lin Tianyi carved dozens of formations. Then he sat down cross-legged in the cave and let little Taichu guard them. You all can refine it. I don't need it. And Shui shook her head repeatedly after learning about the process of the saint refining technique. She was unwilling to cultivate it. After all, she was a girl. She would feel a little conflicted if a girl like her refined corpses to strengthen herself. Lin Tian could guess what Shui was thinking. He nodded and said, "All right, when we find other valuable heavenly treasures later, we'll let you use them first." And Shui was with them. She was their companion. He would never be selfish when it came to companions and friends. Then he, Ling Yin, Baiziki, White Tiger, and Whooshing Crocodile surrounded the flesh shells of Zhu Yin and Qin Jingyan. They each used the saint refining technique to refine the flesh shells of these two immortal kings and half-step true immortals. For a moment, different kinds of divine light and demonic light intertwined, illuminating the entire cave. Buzz! Lin Tian used the saint refining technique. The golden divine light outside his body became denser. His essence, chi and spirit rose rapidly. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Half a month later, on this day, the golden divine light outside his body became weaker. Then, it was gradually absorbed into his body. Then, in the next moment, he opened his eyes. 2 rays of light flashed in his eyes. "You're not going to continue refining?" And Shui saw him open his eyes. The golden divine light outside his body had also disappeared. She could not help but ask softly, "I don't need to refine it for now." Lin Tian smiled and said, in half a month, he had used the saint refining technique to absorb the life essence of the immortal king's flesh shells to strengthen himself. At this time, he had reached the end of the half-step heavenly immortal realm. With a single thought, he could step into the true heavenly immortal realm. Then, the heavenly immortal realm tribulation would descend. Therefore, at this time, he did not need to continue refining to strengthen himself. He stopped and had to prepare to deal with the heavenly immortal realm tribulation. In fact, he already had a plan for how to deal with the heavenly immortal realm tribulation. After all, he had thought about this problem after reaching the half-step heavenly immortal realm through a few months of fighting with the ferocious beasts. He looked at Baiziki and the others. They were still refining with the saint refining technique to strengthen themselves. He stood up and walked to the side, quietly waiting for the 2 men and 2 beasts. When the 2 men and 2 beasts finished refining the 2 immortal kings' flesh shells with the saint refining technique, he would find a place to transcend the heavenly tribulation. After that, another half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Half a month later, the 2 immortal kings' flesh shells were completely shriveled. The life essence contained within was completely refined and completely disappeared. Baiziki, the White Tiger, the Whooshing Crocodile, and Ling Yin had all stepped into the heavenly immortal realm. The essence, chi, and spirit that they emitted had another qualitative improvement. Moreover, the Tao power that the 3 of them emitted had become even more shocking. A new immortal Tao aura vaguely appeared. This was because after a cultivator's cultivation reached the heavenly immortal realm, they could comprehend new immortal Tao laws. "I've finally reached the heavenly immortal realm." The Whooshing Crocodile was slightly excited. Going from a mystic immortal to a heavenly immortal was a qualitative transformation. It's more comfortable to break through in this way. It's too tiring to break through by fighting with the ferocious beasts. The White Tiger was very useless. Ling Yin also seemed a little excited. On the other side, Baiziki was silently feeling his own strength. "Kid, why are you still at the half-step heavenly immortal realm?" At this moment, the White Tiger looked at Lin Tian curiously. "I'm going to transcend the tribulation." Lin Tian Dao. The white tiger immediately understood. Yes, yes, yes. How could you forget about it? As it spoke, it looked at Lin Tian and could not help but click its tongue. Kid, you must have done a lot of outrageous things in your previous life. Otherwise, why would you be so unlucky in this life to be chased by the heavenly tribulation all the way to death? Lin Tian could not help but feel a few black lines appear on his forehead. He really wanted to kick it away. Did this idiot know how to speak? He glanced at it and said to Baiziki, Lingyan, and the others, Go find a spacious and desolate place. I'll go through the heavenly immortal tribulation. As he spoke, he raised his head and looked at the extreme southwest of the 8 Desolates' ancient vein. When I succeed, we'll come back and take a look at that place. Chapter 1707. In this ancient vein, the extreme southwest direction was indeed a little extraordinary. It was a strange place, and there might be extraordinary treasures hidden there. Since he had found it, he naturally had to go there to have a look. However, at this time, the tribulation should be his first priority. Therefore, he had to go through the celestial immortal tribulation first, and then turn back and go to that place. On the other hand, he was not worried that other people would get to that place first, because there were no traces of people nearby. Most importantly, ordinary people would not be able to discover the abnormality there. Let's go. He called out to Baiziki and the others, and asked little Taichu to open a space portal, and directly jumped out of the ancient vein. After about an hour, little Taichu opened the space portals again and again, and found a very deserted area in the central region. There were no signs of human habitation within a radius of millions of miles, and there was no other life. Lin Tian naturally stopped at this place. This place was very suitable for him to go through the heavenly tribulation. Go and wait for me in the distance, he said to Baiziki and the others, and then asked little Taichu to stay near this place to protect him. After that, if he faced a real threat of death in the celestial immortal tribulation, little Taichu would immediately help. In fact, with little Taichu's strength, little Taichu could actually help him break through the celestial immortal tribulation. After all, little Taichu was now in the middle stage immortal king realm, and was from the immortal spirit royal family. His combat strength was terrifying, and it would not be difficult for him to break through the celestial immortal tribulation. However, he was not willing to let little Taichu help him through the heavenly tribulation, because although the heavenly tribulation was terrifying, it was also an experience for him. There would be a lot of benefits if he relied on his own strength to go through it. He stood at the center of this wasteland and took a deep breath. After that, with a slight thought, the golden divine radiance outside his body seethed as he started to charge into the heavenly immortal realm. After that, merely a few breaths of time passed before the golden divine radiance outside his body became even more dazzling and seething, while a strand of powerful energy suddenly swept out from within his body. At this moment, he directly broke through to the celestial immortal realm. Boom! In an instant, ear-piercing thunder resounded through the sky. The sky in this place instantly turned pitch black. A huge thundercloud vortex intertwined in the sky in the blink of an eye. Streaks of blood-red lightning boiled in it, as if they wanted to destroy everything. In the face of this lightning, crackling sounds rang out. The space within a radius of several dozen miles shattered inch by inch, collapsing inch by inch. Spatial turbulence poured out wantonly, completely unable to withstand the destructive might of this lightning. The fluctuations of the might of lightning seemed capable of easily annihilating any cultivator below the immortal king realm, and its aura was terrifying and horrifying. This guy's heavenly tribulation is so terrifying every time. It's simply destruction for the sake of destruction. Whooshing crocodiles said, "Monster, pervert," and Shui said, "Originally, cultivators could only attract heavenly tribulations when they were in the immortal ascension realm. However, Lin Tian attracted heavenly tribulations every time he stepped into a higher realm. Moreover, The heavenly tribulations he attracted each time were so exaggerated and horrifying that it really shocked her. Baiziki was silent. Only his eyes shone brightly as he stared at Lin Tian in the center of the distance, without blinking. Boom! Thunder rumbled as a black lightning vortex spun in the sky. Strands of blood-red lightning interweaved within it and collapsed inch after inch of space, causing the ground to tremble violently as well. After that, numerous cracks that were like spiderwebs appeared. Lin Tian stood calmly on the ground, looking up at the pitch-black thundercloud in the sky. His eyes were very calm. "Come on," he muttered to himself. The light of lightning intertwined around his body. At this moment, he directly activated the 5 heavenly thunders technique. It was also at this moment that the sky shook violently, accompanied by another terrifying thunder. The first round of heavenly punishment pressed down, forming a huge lightning beam. It directly pierced through the void, creating a large tunnel, and pressed straight down on Lin Tian. The power of this attack was so powerful that even a peak celestial immortal expert would be moved because it was really a little terrifying. However, Lin Tian was very calm. He was not afraid at all. He directly greeted the heavenly punishment with a punch. The silver lightning of the 5 heavenly thunders technique intertwined at the tip of his fist, colliding directly with the first round of heavenly punishment. At that moment, with a boom, the void in all directions collapsed. The first round of heavenly punishment was shattered by his punch. How scary! And Shui shrank her neck. Lin Tian had just stepped into the celestial immortal realm, but a simple punch had such terrifying power. She estimated that the punch just now could destroy a peak celestial immortal expert with a single punch. Boom! In the sky, the thunder roared again, and an even more terrifying destructive aura appeared. At this time, the second round of heavenly punishment directly manifested. It was a group of mountains formed by lightning. Every thunder mountain seemed to be able to crush everything. It was unknown how many times stronger than the first round of heavenly punishment. It was on a completely different level. With the appearance of this round of heavenly punishment, the world in all directions shook. With the force of thunder, it pressed down on Lin Tian again. Facing this heavenly punishment, the white tiger could not help but tremble. It only felt that this heavenly punishment could instantly destroy a peak celestial immortal's body and soul. There was no chance for it to resist this heavenly punishment at all. It was completely unstoppable. With a rumble, this round of heavenly punishment was extremely fast. The group of thunder mountains shook and pressed down on Lin Tian's head in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian naturally felt how powerful this round of heavenly punishment was, but he still did not have the slightest fear. The silver lightning intertwining around his body fluctuated slightly and then disappeared. Then, in the next moment, strands of blue electric arcs surged out of his body. With a sizzling sound, the intertwining thunder aura was much stronger than the previous silver electric arcs. Whoosh! With a soft sound, blue lightning trembled from his body and struck up against the sky. Then, in the blink of an eye, the blue lightning collided with the second round of heavenly punishment. Immediately, with a boom, everything around was destroyed. The second round of heavenly punishment disappeared in the blink of an eye. This round of heavenly punishment was destroyed so easily. And Shui was shocked. In the sky, the thunder was still roaring, and the world became even darker. Lin Tian stood in the same place, the blue lightning outside his body, crackling from time to time. He looked up at the sky and said, "Continue." The 5 heavenly thunders, spell, that he mastered had the ability to restrain the heavenly punishment to a certain extent. There were a total of 5 stages from low to high. The corresponding colors of the thunder in the 5 stages were silver, blue, purple, red, and black. Now, the blue lightning intertwining around his body was the sign that his 5 heavenly thunders spell had reached the second stage, which was far more powerful than the first stage. Boom! 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 In the sky, 3 thunderbolts sounded in a row. The third, fourth, and fifth round of heavenly punishment appeared together. In an instant, an even more terrifying thunder might surged, and the world was completely shrouded in this destructive thunder might. Lin Tian was fearless. The blue lightning outside his body boiled, and he directly went against the sky, attacking the 3 rounds of heavenly punishment. Chapter 1708. The heavenly tribulation was a calamity full of destruction. However, at the same time, the destructive power of the strongest, most righteous, most young, and most unyielding contained many possibilities. Using this kind of heavenly tribulation to temper divine weapons could be said to be the best way to polish them. Lin Tian summoned the immortal Emperor Pagoda. Now that his cultivation level had reached the heavenly immortal level, his divine weapon of origin had also become a heavenly immortal weapon. At this time he summoned the immortal Emperor Pagoda and used the power of the heavenly tribulation to reforge his divine weapon of origin. With this destructive lightning, he made it even purer and stronger. Boom! Thunder roared, shaking the surroundings. The immortal Emperor Pagoda trembled under the lightning. The blue power of the 5 heaven-shocking thunderbolts provided a certain degree of resistance, allowing the immortal Emperor Pagoda to withstand the destructive tempering of the heavenly tribulation while also shattering the other destructive lightning. In an instant, the immortal Emperor Pagoda rumbled. Cracks appeared on the surface of the immortal Emperor Pagoda, and the purple primordial light it emitted gradually became pure. Then the 3rd, 4th, and 5th main lightning punishment were destroyed. Outside Lin Tian's body, the blue power of the 5 heaven-shocking thunderbolts flashed and crackled, causing the void to rumble. He used his essence, chi, and spirit to adjust the immortal Emperor Pagoda, causing the cracks on it to slowly heal. The primordial light it emitted became even more shocking and pure. Boom! In the sky, thunder rumbled. The 6th main lightning punishment appeared. A thunderstorm came down, and the destructive aura was even stronger. Lin Tian looked at the thunderstorm, and his eyes flashed. After a pause, he took the initiative to charge into the sky. The immortal Emperor Pagoda circled around him and followed him into the sky. The thunderous roar was deafening. In an instant, the immortal Emperor Pagoda was drowned by the lightning along with his body. With a crisp crack, the immortal Emperor Pagoda was shattered. The main lightning punishment, this time, was much stronger than the previous 5 rounds of main lightning punishments. Poof! At the same time, blood splattered everywhere. Rays of heavenly tribulation light landed on Lin Tian's body, causing blood and flesh to splatter everywhere. Then, after a few breaths of time, his heavenly immortal level body was smashed into pieces. In the distance, the expressions of Wuxing Crocodile and Shui changed. When it comes to the 6th round of thunder punishment, he can no longer withstand it. This kind of heavenly tribulation is simply too frightening. Who has just entered the celestial realm can survive this kind of heavenly tribulation? The white tiger said. Although it said so, it wasn't worried about Lin Tian's safety. This was because the intermediate stage immortal king, little Taichu, was still here. It could help Lin Tian end this destructive heavenly tribulation at any time. He did it on purpose. At the side, Baiziki suddenly spoke, his eyes shining brightly. Hearing this, White Tiger immediately revealed a puzzled expression. On purpose? What do you mean? It looked at the center of the heavenly tribulation and said, Are you saying that he made the heavenly tribulation shatter himself? Next to him, the Wuxing Crocodile and Shui also looked at Baiziki. He wants to use this heavenly tribulation to become stronger. Baiziki said, just now he could clearly feel the terrifying and tyrannical power of the blue 5 heaven-shaking lightning technique that Lin Tian displayed. With the power of the blue lightning, it was definitely not difficult to destroy the 6th round of the heavenly tribulation. However, Lin Tian directly faced the 6th round of the heavenly tribulation without using the blue lightning at all. Therefore, he was sure that Lin Tian did it on purpose. He wanted to use the power of the heavenly tribulation to polish himself like a magic weapon. Boom! In the center of the heavenly tribulation, thunder rumbled in the sky, and destructive lightning struck down again and again. Lin Tian was at the center of the heavenly tribulation. His body was shattered, but after a few dozen breaths, he endured the 6th round of the heavenly tribulation. In the next moment, his shattered flesh wriggled and gurgled. Before long, his body was reformed. Sizzling sounds intertwined outside his body. Although he did not use the 5 heaven-shaking lightning technique or the immortal way of thunder, at this time, there were still strands of shocking lightning appearing on the surface of his body. His aura was very shocking. A little stronger. He clenched his fist slightly and muttered to himself. Just as Baiziki said, he did let the heavenly tribulation shatter his body on purpose. With the destructive lightning as the origin power, he treated his body as a magic weapon to be polished under the power of the heavenly tribulation. He wanted to use this to make himself stronger. Boom! The sky shook and thunder rumbled again. The 7th, 8th, and 9th rounds of the heavenly tribulation came down together. Facing these 3 rounds of even more terrifying heavenly tribulation, Lin Tian's eyes were intertwined with rays of light, and he rushed up again. Puff! Blood splattered. One of his arms was directly shattered, and blood splattered in all directions. However, his expression did not change at all. He did not use the power of the 5 heaven-shaking lightning technique, and let the destructive heavenly tribulation fall on his body, one after another, shattering every part of his body. His entire celestial-level body turned into a bloody mist once again. Then puff, 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 puff. The 3 rounds of the heavenly tribulation seemed to crush the world, causing his body to shatter even more thoroughly. Pieces of blood, minced flesh, and bone fragments floated in the air. It was a shocking sight. Gurgle! The sound of flesh and blood wriggling was heard. He forcibly endured the 3 rounds of the heavenly tribulation and reformed his body with difficulty. Then he clenched his fist and immediately felt an even stronger power. At this time, his pure physical body had directly broken through a limit. Even if he was facing an early-stage immortal king, he was completely fearless. The divine power in his body had obviously become more vigorous and shocking. His divine sense and divine soul were also obviously much stronger. Moreover, under the situation of using this kind of heavenly tribulation to forcibly temper his body, his cultivation was also rising. He took a deep breath and looked at the rolling thunder in the sky. The light in his eyes became even brighter. Come on! Almost at the instant his words fell, another round of the heavenly tribulation fell with a bang. This was a monstrous waterfall of lightning. Wherever it passed, nothing could be preserved. Everything was shattered. Lin Tian was fearless. His eyes were bright. He did not make any counterattack and rushed into this round of the heavenly tribulation again. Puff! The ferocious and terrifying 10th round of the main lightning punishment directly smashed him to pieces. Then, like the previous rounds of the heavenly tribulation, the 10th round of the heavenly tribulation did not disperse immediately. It continued to crush his broken body with destructive lightning power, causing his already broken body to shatter even more. And Shui and the others who saw the scene, except for Baiziki, could not help but shudder. He did not resist and forcibly endured the power of the heavenly tribulation. He used this destructive heavenly tribulation to temper himself and cultivate. He is really ruthless to himself. He is really crazy. White Tiger could not help but gulp. Chapter 1709. At this time, after Baiziki, the White Tiger, and the others realized that Lin Tian had indeed deliberately allowed himself to be struck by the heavenly tribulation light. He was completely unprepared, which made them a little shocked. This guy is really... And Shui shrunk his neck. Since ancient times, when cultivators underwent heavenly tribulations, they would do everything they could to shatter the lightning of heavenly tribulation. But now, Lin Tian was taking the initiative to endure such lightning with his body, using it to temper his body for cultivation. This was simply a little crazy. Boom! Thunder surged and rolled, and a destructive aura pressed down. The 10th round of heavenly tribulation light kept crushing Lin Tian's broken body, causing the aura he emitted to become much weaker, as if it was about to be destroyed. Soon, another dozen breaths passed, and the 10th round of heavenly tribulation light finally turned into a faint light and disappeared. In the void, blood spilled, Mint's flesh was everywhere, and bones were scattered all over the ground. Gulialu, faint golden light intertwined, and his flesh and blood wriggled. Soon, Lin Tian's body was reformed. At this moment, his face was a little pale, and his aura was much weaker, but the light in his eyes was more intense. However, even though his face had become very pale and his aura had become very weak, he could feel the changes in his body and his sea of consciousness. They were obviously stronger than before. Moreover, his cultivation level had also increased a lot compared to the beginning. At this time, after continuously enduring several rounds of heavenly tribulation light, his flesh and blood had digested and absorbed some of the power of the heavenly tribulation to a certain extent. His cultivation level was about to reach the middle stage of the early stage of the heaven immortal realm. Obviously, although he had suffered a lot of damage from forcibly enduring the power of the heavenly tribulation, he had also gained a lot of benefits. Boom! Thunder roared, as if a sacred drum had been beaten. In the dark sky, a thunder vortex rotated, and the 11th round of heavenly tribulation light appeared. It was many times more terrifying than the 10th round of heavenly tribulation light, as if it could destroy everything. Lin Tian's face was slightly pale. He had expended a lot of energy, but he showed no fear in the face of this even more terrifying main lightning punishment. He continued to use his body to forcefully endure it, using the destructive heavenly tribulation to temper himself. After that, the main lightning punishment of the heavenly tribulation struck down one after another. In the blink of an eye, there were 16 rounds of lightning punishment. Lin Tian's fleshly body had withstood dozens of rounds of the main lightning punishment, and his spirit, energy, and energy had been weakened to the lowest point. However, he had become much stronger than when he had just stepped into the early stage of Heaven Immortal, and his cultivation base had reached the pinnacle of the early stage of Heaven Immortal. Boom! Another clap of thunder reverberated in the air. The 17th round of the main thunder punishment came crashing down in the form of a huge thunder star. It was as if a part of the starry sky had transformed from thunder and lightning. Before it could even reach Lin Tian, it had already caused cracks to appear on his body. Without a doubt, this round of lightning punishment was unimaginably terrifying. Lin Tian stood under the 17th round of the main thunder punishment. His eyes narrowed slightly, and then he tilted his head to look at little Taichu beside him. Without any resistance, he had continuously endured more than 10 rounds of the primary lightning punishment to temper his body and cultivate. He had now reached his limit. No matter what, the 17th round of the primary lightning punishment was not something he could withstand in his current state. After all, although his cultivation had become stronger than before, he had suffered too heavy of an injury in the process. At this moment, he was unable to display the battle strength that matched his current cultivation. Not far away, little Taichu naturally understood what Lin Tian meant. He immediately flew over, and with a gentle shake of the wings behind him, a large amount of 6-colored divine light shot toward the sky. Chi, chi, chi. Soft sounds rang out one after another. The thunder stars were shattered one by one, and the 17th round of the main thunder punishment was annihilated in the blink of an eye. Although this main thunder punishment was terrifying, it was only a celestial immortal tribulation. However, the little guy was at the mid-stage of the Immortal King realm, and he was from the immortal spirit royal family. Therefore, it was naturally easy for him to shatter this heavenly tribulation. Lin Tian stood aside, circulating the Heart Sutra of Sun to regulate his breathing. At the same time, he used his mind to gather the purple fragments beside him. These were the fragments of the immortal Emperor Pagoda that had been shattered by the celestial immortal tribulation. At this time, he called these fragments back and nourished them with his divine thought of origin and golden divine power, allowing these fragments to quickly reform. In the blink of an eye, the complete immortal Emperor Pagoda was reformed, and the purple Hong Meng divine light became even more shocking. On the surface of the pagoda, there were more thunder marks, and the whole pagoda was more majestic, as if it could suppress everything. Good. Lin Tian said to himself. This pagoda was his divine origin weapon. He had tempered it many times with the heavenly tribulation, and was very satisfied with the evolution of this pagoda. Now this pagoda was the same as his cultivation, an early-stage celestial immortal weapon. However, its power was absolutely terrifying. Even if it collided with an ordinary Immortal King weapon, it would not be too difficult. At least, it would not be easily destroyed. Dong! The sky trembled, and the pitch-black thunder vortex spun. The world became even darker, and the destructive aura became stronger. Within the black lightning vortex, streaks of lightning shadows appeared. There were angels with broken wings, headless knights, immortals with broken arms, ferocious ghosts, ferocious beasts, and blind blood shadows. In an instant, it caused the world to tremble. The destructive aura was countless times more terrifying than the previous 17 main lightning tribulations combined. This aura, White Tiger sucked in a breath of cold air. Looking at these thunder shadows, it could not help but tremble. It was really too terrifying, as if it could destroy everything. Lin Tian stood in the center of the heavenly tribulation. He could feel that this was the last round of main thunder punishment of the celestial immortal tribulation. At the same time, he could also feel how terrifying and shocking this round of main thunder punishment was. At the same time, he frowned slightly. This was because in the recent heavenly tribulations, the last round of main thunder punishment was always like this. It was hard for him not to be moved. However, although he was moved, he did not care too much. After all, even if he cared, he could not figure it out. Boom! With the sound of thunder, the entire sky collapsed. The 18th round of main thunder punishment, with an aura of destruction, pressed down on Lin Tian. Wherever it passed, everything was destroyed. Yeah, little Taichu murmured in a childish voice. The six-colored divine light surged and turned into a six-colored divine wave that hit the sky. In the blink of an eye, the six-colored divine light collided with the 18th round of main thunder punishment. The thunder shadows were immediately shattered. Then, the 18th round of main thunder punishment disappeared completely. The pitch-black thunder vortex in the sky also slowly dissipated. The sky became bright again. "I've finally made it through." In the distance, Wuxing Crocodile said. With the little Taichu, an intermediate immortal king, protecting him, successfully passing this heavenly tribulation is inevitable. And Shui said. Then he could not help but roll his eyes. He glanced at Lin Tian from afar and said, "However, this guy is simply too reckless. He's too crazy. He actually used such a method to train himself. He's really too cruel to himself." Exactly. The White Tiger felt the same way. Baiziki did not say anything. He just stared at Lin Tian in front of him. There, the ground had completely collapsed and was in ruins. Buzz. The sky became bright. 7-colored, auspicious clouds quickly condensed and appeared in the sky directly above Lin Tian's head. They directly projected a large amount of 7-colored divine light, enveloping Lin Tian in it. This was the gift after the heavenly tribulation. It contained an extremely astonishing power. Lin Tian took a deep breath. Then, the Heart Sutra of Sun that was already circulated even faster. It quickly absorbed the seven-colored divine light and refined it to strengthen his body. At the same time, it also nourished the immortal Emperor Pagoda. In the blink of an eye, under the seven-colored divine light after the heavenly tribulation, his injuries were healed. His essence, chi, and spirit were restored to their peak and continued to rise. His cultivation was also rapidly becoming stronger. After that, in the blink of an eye, half a quarter of an hour passed. After half a quarter of an hour at this moment, an astonishing force swayed from his body, crushing a large area of the void on the spot. Middle stage immortal realm. A glimmer of light flashed across his eyes. Chapter 1710. Divine radiance interweaved on the surface of his body, blazing and powerful. Lin Tian's eyes were filled with traces of light. During the process of transcending the heavenly tribulation, he had continuously endured more than 10 rounds of the heavenly tribulation's main lightning punishment. His flesh and blood had absorbed the tyrannical power of lightning, and his cultivation had already reached the peak of the early stage of the heaven immortal realm. Then, now that he had transcended this heavenly tribulation and welcomed the power of the rainbow auspicious clouds, he naturally broke through to the mid-stage of the heaven immortal realm in a short period of time. He clenched his fist slightly and sensed the changes in himself. His physique had become stronger, his sea of consciousness had become vaster, and his soul had become tougher. His combat strength was obviously much stronger than when he was at the early stage of the heaven immortal realm. It was as if they were no longer on the same level. This guy has reached the mid-stage of the heaven immortal realm. That's too fast. In the distance, the white tiger could not help but stare. It's indeed very fast. And Shui nodded, then rolled his eyes and said, "However, you have to see how he cultivated. That's a breakthrough that he forcefully endured." "That's true. It's a pity that he could endure it all the time." The white tiger nodded and said, "If it was me, I would definitely not do such a thing. It's simply self-torture, and it's not an ordinary kind of self-torture." It had endured more than 10 rounds of the primary lightning tribulation in a row without putting up any resistance. Its body had been shattered time and time again, and even cracks had appeared on its soul. That kind of pain was extremely shocking, and it was absolutely unable to endure it. At the same time, Lin Tian, who was able to endure that kind of pain, had his cultivation rise rapidly. Naturally, success was achieved when the conditions were right. Buzz. In front of him, at the center of the ground, Lin Tian's body was surrounded by golden light, and there were strands of dense Tao light interweaving. After transcending the heavenly immortal tribulation and reaching the heaven immortal realm, his understanding of the nameless Tao law and the thunder immortal Tao had become stronger. At the same time, he could clearly sense more immortal Taos floating around him. "Cut, split, rain, fire, forest," he muttered to himself. After reaching the celestial immortal realm, a cultivator could comprehend and control more of the immortal Tao. At this time, he had stepped into the celestial immortal realm and could naturally sense more of the immortal Tao. He stood in place, his eyes closed in meditation, using his own divine sense to circle the surroundings, comprehending the many immortal Taos in the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, another quarter of an hour had passed. The rainbow-colored, auspicious clouds in the sky fluctuated and quickly dissipated. It was also at this time that the Tao light around Lin Tian's body became denser. After the thunder immortal Tao, he began to comprehend the second immortal Tao. "Of course," he whispered. Even among the thousands of immortal Taos, the immortal Tao of nature was one of the top immortal Taos. Although it wasn't very outstanding in terms of attack, it had miraculous power in terms of defense and comprehension. Moreover, the immortal Tao of nature could, to a certain extent, borrow the power of nature at any time and anywhere for his own use. Together with the dragon burial scripture that he controlled, he would definitely be able to unleash the power of both. It was a very good choice for his future battles. He extended his divine sense of origin and immersed it into the immortal Tao of nature that he sensed, earnestly comprehending it. It had to be said that back then, before he stepped into the great virtue realm, he had once comprehended the great Tao of nature when he accidentally entered a meditative state and had a very good understanding of it. Therefore, it was much easier for him to comprehend the higher level immortal Tao of nature. It could be said that he was very familiar with it, and he quickly comprehended it to a certain extent. He used the divine sense of origin that had immersed itself into the immortal Tao of nature to quickly draw out 9 balls of immortal essence of nature into his body. Soon, these 9 balls of immortal essence merged together, causing a very thick Tao light of nature to surge around his body in the blink of an eye. Seeing this Tao light of nature in the distance, Baiziki and the others were slightly moved. He comprehended the second immortal Tao, and it's the very top immortal Tao of nature. The white tiger muttered. The immortal Tao of nature was extraordinary and very shocking. Ordinary people couldn't comprehend it. Lin Tian stood in the center of the front, with Tao light surging around his body. He carefully comprehended the immortal Tao of nature, and in the blink of an eye, a full hour had passed. After an hour, he opened his eyes, and there was a flash of light of nature in his eyes. At the same time, the Tao light of nature outside his body also disappeared into his body. Huff! He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and his entire aura became incomparably calm, as if he had merged with nature. Little Taichu cried out in a childish voice. At this moment, it flew over and landed on his head. Then it poked its little head out to look at him, blinking its big eyes. Obviously, it felt that Lin Tian's aura was very strange at this moment. Lin Tian smiled and rubbed the little guy's head. He took a step back and appeared in front of Ling Yin and the others in just one step. TSK, your speed has become faster, and your aura has become as calm as a mirror. However, I feel that you've become even more monstrous. Wuxing Crocodile concluded. Lin Tiantan smiled. Let's go back to the 8 Desolation Ancient Range and see what's in the southwest. Let's go. Let's try to dig out a pile of immortal dragon marrow there. The white tiger said. Then the group left. Lin Tian raised his hand and tore open a spatial tunnel, which was filled with silver light. Now that he had stepped into the Heaven Immortal Realm and reached the mid-stage of the Heaven Immortal Realm, it was enough for him to tear open a spatial portal in a large environment like the Immortal Realm. He opened the spatial portal to the 8 Desolation Ancient Range in this place. Then, the group stepped directly into it and disappeared on the spot in the blink of an eye. Darkness covered the group's vision in an instant. Then, in the next moment, light appeared, and the group was shocked out of the spatial portal by a huge force and landed on solid ground again. Roar! Roar! As far as the eye could see, the ancient trees in their field of vision were all thick and tall. It was a continuous ancient mountain range, and there were shocking beast roars and bird cries echoing in it. It was deafening, and the demonic qi in the air was very shocking. When the group arrived here, Lin Tian looked directly at the southwest of the mountain range and said, "Let's go!" The group flew in the air, and their speed was not slow. Roar! The beast's roar was terrifying. There was a ferocious beast at the peak of the Heaven Immortal Realm that rushed out, and its body was filled with a mighty bloody aura as it pounced on the group. Lin Tian led the way at the front. At this moment, he casually slapped out and landed on the huge, ferocious beast that pounced over. Puff! Blood splattered, and the ferocious beast that pounced over was directly smashed into pieces by the slap. Even its demonic soul was annihilated. The group could not help but be moved by this scene. One had to know that the ferocious beast just now was comparable to the peak of the Heaven Immortal Realm. Such a ferocious beast was actually killed by Lin Tian, who was at the mid-stage of the Heaven Immortal Realm, with a casual slap. It was really shocking. What a freak! And Shui muttered. Needless to say, such combat strength was truly terrifying. Lin Tian seemed to be very calm instead. With his reincarnation king physique and his ability to successively endure the baptism of over 10 heavenly tribulations, Even if he killed a half-step Immortal King realm expert now, it would be as easy as cutting grass for him, and it wouldn't be difficult at all. So, slapping a ferocious beast comparable to a cultivator at the peak of the heavenly immortal realm to death with a single slap was really nothing. He was at the front and led the group towards the southwest of the ancient mountain range. In the blink of an eye, they'd traveled very far, and then another hour passed before they finally arrived at the southwest area. Roar! The roars of beasts and cries of birds became extremely dense in this area, and an extremely large number of ferocious beasts resided here. In their field of vision, a random pangolin that was only around 7 inches long was crawling through this area. Yet the demonic chi on its body was extremely strong, and it was at the half-step Immortal King realm. On the other side, a feathered bird was circling in the sky, and it was comparable to an Immortal King. Further away, a dark python was coiled around the peak of an enormous mountain. Its demonic chi was terrifying to the extreme, and it was at the half-step true god realm. Moreover, demonic mist surged around its body, and it was extremely shocking. Could this area be the core area of the ancient mountain range? Aren't the demon beasts here a little too exaggerated? Even the weakest is at the half-step Immortal King realm. This is really... The white tiger stared with its eyes wide open. It had attained the initial stage of the heavenly immortal realm now. But when it arrived here at this moment and saw the numerous ferocious beasts in this area, it couldn't help but shudder, because all the ferocious beasts here were truly formidable to a terrifying degree. It feels like they've gathered here intentionally. The whooshing crocodile said, and Shui Shui felt the same way. It does look very similar. Moreover, it seems like they've gathered here for some purpose. Lin Tian also had the same feeling. He was slightly puzzled, but he didn't pay too much attention to it. After a pause, he opened his delusion breaker divine eye and looked at the place where he first discovered the interweaving immortal light and Tao light in this area. That place was a canyon. It wasn't too big, but it wasn't too small either. Most of the vegetation inside seemed very ordinary, but they all had a hint of spirituality. Now that he had reached the mid-stage of the heavenly immortal realm, he used his delusion breaker divine eye to quickly see strands of immortal light and Tao light jumping around in the canyon, appearing and disappearing from time to time. "Kid, how is it?" the whooshing crocodile asked. Beside him, the others also looked at him. They all knew that he who controlled the dragon burial scripture was the best at analyzing the situation of heaven and earth. Lin Tian's eyes interwove with dragon runes, and the natural immortal light flashed. After looking for a while, he couldn't help but frown slightly. There. A strange glint flashed through his eyes. Now that he had mastered the natural immortal Tao, he could use it with the dragon burial scripture to fully understand nature and analyze the situation of heaven and earth. At this moment, he looked at the canyon in front of him and the immortal light and Tao light that appeared from time to time. He had a very strange feeling. The immortal light and Tao light in the canyon didn't seem to exist in this mountain range. Now that he had combined the natural immortal Tao with the dragon burial scripture, it felt like they were emerging from another world. He briefly explained the matter to Baiziki and the others. "What? You mean there might be a portal to another world in that place?" The white tiger and the whooshing crocodile widened their eyes. "I'm not sure, but it's possible." Lin Tian nodded. Chapter 17:11. The little fellow looked at the canyon, and his big, bright eyes seemed a little lost at this moment. "Familiar? Do you feel anything, little fellow?" Hearing the little fellow's words, Lin Tian was slightly moved. Next to him, Baiziki, Lingyan, and the others also looked at the little fellow. "Yeah." The little fellow seemed a little confused at this time and said, "I don't know, but it's a little familiar." Originally, the little fellow had discovered that there was a strange light flickering in this place, but at that time it was too far away, and only felt that it was strange and told Lin Tian, and did not feel anything. However, at this time appearing in this place at such a close distance and looking at the immortal light that flashed in the canyon from time to time, He felt that it was very familiar. Lin Tian frowned slightly, looked at the canyon in front of them, and said, "Let's go into the canyon and take a look." Originally, they had planned to enter the canyon to explore, and felt that there was something very strange about that place. Now, the little fellow suddenly felt that the immortal light there was very familiar, so naturally they wanted to go there. The canyon was about tens of thousands of feet away from where they were. Immediately, with him in the lead, the group of people headed toward the canyon. Soon, the group of people avoided the powerful savage beasts, and in the blink of an eye, they had crossed tens of thousands of feet. Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard, and a beam of immortal light flashed in the distance, and then rushed straight toward them. Lin Tian and the others naturally saw the immortal light rushing toward them, and they all frowned slightly and stopped at the same time. In the next moment, the immortal light rushed in front of them and turned into a young girl who was like an shui shui. She was dressed in purple, and there was a pair of wings made of light behind her, surrounded by a gentle and gorgeous light, which made her look lively and beautiful. The fairy clan and Shui Shui was moved. When Lin Tian saw the girl, he was surprised and recognized that she was from the fairy clan. This clan was located in the Eternal Immortal Prefecture, one of the 12 immortal prefectures. It was a super ancient clan in the Eternal Immortal Prefecture, and there was a true god powerhouse in the Eternal Immortal Prefecture. Moreover, there was an ancient legend that this clan had existed for a long time, and their ancestor, the Fairy King, who had passed away, was a supreme god emperor. Then, in the next moment, he was slightly moved and felt a very familiar aura from this girl. What a pretty little girl! Ling Yin and the white tiger widened their eyes and stared at the girl in purple. Their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. With a whoosh, the two of them came forward. Ling Yin bowed and said, "Hello, beautiful lady, I am..." Bang! The white tiger attacked from behind, slapping Ling Yun away and interrupting him. The white tiger looked at the Fey girl and said, "Little beauty, for you and I to meet, that is fate. Are you willing to travel the world with this tiger?" Behind the purple-clothed girl, a pair of wings made of light lightly trembled, bringing with it a large expanse of warm radiance. In the next moment, the wings directly disappeared. His gaze landed on Lin Tian. His eyes were very bright. He directly bypassed the white tiger and agilely came to Lin Tian. "Where's my sister? Where is it?" She looked at Lin Tian and reached out to tug on Lin Tian's clothes, almost sticking to Lin Tian's body. She was very excited and happy. Seeing the other party's actions, Lin Tian was both puzzled and embarrassed. "I don't even know who you are, and I don't even know who your sister is. How would I know where your sister is?" Not only him, but even by Ziki and Shui Shui and the others next to him were a little stunned when they heard the girl's words. "P, you have Big Sister's aura, I can't be wrong. You must know where Big Sister is." The girl looked at Lin Tiandao, and she seemed even more excited. "Big Sister?" Lin Tian was slightly moved, and a figure involuntarily appeared in his mind. Then he suddenly realized that he had felt a familiar aura on the girl. It turned out that it was very similar to her aura. He paused and asked the girl, "What's your name?" "Ziyu." The girl said, "Your surname is Z?" Lin Tian's eyes sharpened. And Shui Shui said from the side, "The Fei clan's main clan is surnamed Z." As she spoke, she looked at the Fei girl and muttered, "It seems that your status in the Fei clan isn't low." Lin Tian knew that the Fei clan was an ancient clan in the Immortal region, but he didn't know that their main clan was surnamed Z. At this time, when he heard the girl call her surname Z and felt the familiar aura on her body, his heart couldn't help but thump. "What does your sister look like?" "Oh, I haven't seen Big Sister before, so I don't know what she looks like now." The Fey girl shook her head. She paused and said, "But I know Big Sister's name, Violet Fairy." Lin Tian's heart trembled again. He had already felt that this girl's aura was very familiar, and it was very similar to the source aura of the Violet Fairy. When he heard the girl's words, he thought that she might be related to the Violet Fairy, but he didn't expect that to be the case. This was the Violet Fairy's younger sister? Moreover, she was his biological sister? Violet Fairy. Whooshing crocodile's eyes widened. Ling Yun flew back from not far away, and after hearing this he was also shocked. Even Bai Ziki, who had always been calm, was immediately moved. It's very nice, isn't it? I heard an elder in the clan say that Big Sister is the most beautiful fae in the history of our fae clan. The girl seemed very proud. Perhaps it was because she felt that Lin Tian had the same aura as her bloodline, or perhaps it was because she was pure, but she didn't have any vigilance towards Lin Tianyi and the others. The 5 elements crocodile's eyes widened even more. That demonic empress is... It looked at Lin Tian. Brat Lin, the cheap little sister you recognized, is actually from the Immortal Region's Fey clan. This is really... Ling Yun was also stunned. Lin Tian was a bit stunned. The Violet Fairy was from the Fey clan, but he had never heard the Violet Fairy mention such a thing before. Moreover, if the Violet Fairy was from the Fey clan, and the main Fey clan at that, why would she appear in the 10 Directions, Celestial Domain? Why haven't you seen your sister? Why isn't she in the Fey clan? He asked the young Fey girl, called Ziwa, because when I was born, Big Sister was no longer in the clan. Father said that because of an accident a long time ago, Big Sister was swallowed by the chaotic space. They said that Big Sister is already dead. Ziwa said, then clenched her fists, and a light appeared in her eyes. However, I can feel that Big Sister is still alive. My origin door can feel that Big Sister's bloodline aura still exists, and it's stronger than I imagined. She continued, I snuck out from the clan. I want to find Big Sister. When Mother passed away, she kept calling Big Sister's name. As she spoke, she stared at Lin Tian, seeming even more excited. You have the same bloodline aura as me, but that aura doesn't belong to you. It doesn't come from you. It must belong to Big Sister. You know Big Sister, and you are very familiar with her, right? Take me to Big Sister. Looking at Lin Tian, Ziwa seemed very happy and excited. When Lin Tian heard this, his expression changed again. Because of the chaotic space, Ziwa was swallowed, and then accidentally fell to the 10 Directions Celestial Domain? If that was the case, then when Ziwa met Wu Yi with Wu Yi's strength, she could have returned to the Fey clan in the Eternal Immortal Province as soon as she told Wu Yi. However, Ziwa didn't do so. Why was that? Was it because she lost her memories after being swallowed by the chaotic space? But after losing her memories, why did she remember her own name? Could it be because it was given to her by her birth mother, so it was deeply engraved in her heart, just like how she only remembered her own name every year after losing her strength? What's wrong? Don't be in a daze. Seeing Lin Tian in a daze, Ziwa grabbed Lin Tian's sleeve and shook it. What is your relationship with Big Sister? Can you take me to Big Sister? I want to see Big Sister. Lin Tian came back to his senses and said, If what you said is true, then I am indeed very familiar with your Big Sister. I know where she is now. Boom! Suddenly, a shocking boom rang out, interrupting his words. In front of them, in the valley hundreds of thousands of feet away, various immortal spiritual lights and Tao lights jumped and suddenly became incomparably dazzling. A very thick immortal spiritual aura surged out, shockingly thick. Then, in the next moment, a huge crack appeared in the void in that place. Immortal spiritual lights intertwined and Tao lights surrounded it, as if it was connected to an unknown great world. Then, a dazzling pillar of light shot up into the sky, causing the entire central continent to tremble as if a super earthquake had occurred. Many powerful beings were shocked at this moment. This aura, could it be that legendary ancient world? Someone found the entrance to that legendary ancient world. At this moment, all the powerful beings in the central continent exclaimed and looked at the place where the dazzling pillar of light shot up. Moreover, Not only the central continent, but also the powerful beings in the other regions of the immortal realm were shocked and looked at the place where the pillar of light shot up. In the 8th Desolation Ancient Range, Lin Tian's words were interrupted. He looked directly at the valley in front of him and the huge crack where the dazzling pillar of light shot up. Inside the crack, rolling immortal spiritual aura surged, vast and boundless, as if it could suppress the heaven and earth. Beside him, Baiziki, Lingyin, and the others were also shocked. Roar! Roar! In the 8th Desolation Ancient Range, the powerful ferocious birds and beasts in this area were all excited. Demonic spiritual aura shot up into the sky, and one after another, powerful ferocious beasts charged toward the huge crack in the 8th Desolation Ancient Range. These ferocious beasts have been staring at that place all this time. Is this their purpose? They sense that there might be a strange spatial crack opening there, so they want to rush in. The White Tiger and Shui were shocked. At the same time, beside Lin Tian, little Taichu looked at the huge crack in front of him, and his eyes became even more confused. It's so familiar, the little guy murmured. Chapter 1712. As the spatial fissure in the canyon opened, the little fellow became even more confused, her eyes blank. Lin Tian frowned slightly at the little fellow's appearance. He let the little fellow lie on his head, then said to Ziyu, "Let's go take a look inside first. Then I'll take you to your sister." The Violet Fairy had been staying at Ethereal Mountain in the 10 Directions Heaven Domain with Wu Yi, so he wasn't in a hurry to take Ziyu to her. At this time, he was more concerned about the little fellow's appearance. The little fellow felt very familiar with the aura behind the fissure, so he had to go take a look at the space behind the fissure first. Yes. Okay, then I'll go with you now. Ziyu nodded repeatedly, although she wanted to immediately see her sister, who she had never seen before. She appeared very obedient. Lin Tian nodded, then called out to Baiziki and the others, and immediately stepped forward, heading toward the canyon in front of them. For a moment, the sound of air breaking rang out, and the group stepped forward in the blink of an eye. "Hey, slow down a bit." A voice rang out behind them, and the purple-clad Ziyu was left far behind in the blink of an eye. She was a bit out of breath as she chased after the group. Lin Tian stopped and looked at Ziyu with some surprise, then found that she was only at the true immortal realm. With this level of cultivation, she naturally couldn't compare to them in terms of speed, even if she had extremely pure Fey blood. After all, in terms of cultivation, she was a full 3 realms lower than them. He stopped, wrapped Ziyu in golden divine light, and led her forward. "What's your relationship with Big Sister?" Ziyu asked Lin Tian, her eyes filled with curiosity. "Oh." Lin Tian paused, then said, "Elder brother." Ziyu's eyes widened, and her delicate little mouth opened. "Liar, you're not even a Fey. Although I haven't seen Big Sister. She was born a long time ago, but the aura on you shows that you're only a few hundred years old at most. How can you be Big Sister's elder brother?" Lin Tian smiled and said, "There are some special reasons, and it has nothing to do with race or age." Ziyu nodded. "Oh, Ziyu understands." As she spoke, she looked at Lin Tian. "Since you are Big Sister's elder brother, then you are Ziyu's elder brother." She revealed a very sweet smile. "Thank you, Big Brother, for flying with Ziyu." Lin Tian couldn't help but blush with shame. This girl was still doubting him a moment ago, but in the next moment she had such an attitude. This change was really too fast, or it could be said that her thinking was too simple, causing him to be unable to keep up. "How old are you?" he asked Purple Moon. 16. Purple Moon said. She was not on guard against Lin Tian at all. 16 years old. Lin Tian blushed with shame again. Although he felt that this girl was very young, he didn't expect her to be only 16 years old. Then he couldn't help but sigh. The cultivation environment of the celestial realm really couldn't be compared to the starry skies of the lower realm. A 16-year-old girl had actually reached the level of a true immortal. However, he also knew that this had a lot to do with Ziyu's fairy bloodline. He could feel that her bloodline aura was extraordinary and shocking. Boom! In front of them, the void in the canyon rumbled. The spatial crack that appeared became even bigger and spread in all directions. Whoosh! 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 The sound of air being torn apart rang out one after another. In this 8 desolation ancient range, all the ferocious birds and beasts went crazy. All of them seemed to be very excited. In the blink of an eye, it evolved into a beast tide, rushing towards the big crack in front of them one after another. That scene was as if there was some super precious treasure behind the big crack, causing the ferocious beasts to be tempted. Lin Tianyi and the others were surrounded by bodies. At this time, they were also rushing forward quickly. It was also at this time that more sounds of air being torn apart rang out in the distant sky. Void doors appeared one after another, and the figures of powerhouses appeared one after another. Then they all rushed towards the big crack in the canyon. It alarmed the other powerhouses. Whooshing Crocodile and the others were shocked. They looked back. Near the 8 desolation ancient range, the figures of cultivators appeared and rushed over quickly. Don't worry about them. Let's go. Lin Tiandao. The group of them rushed towards the big crack in the canyon. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived in front of the big crack. Roar! Many ferocious beasts rushed towards the big crack together. At the same time, when the ferocious beasts saw Lin Tian and the others approaching, they immediately attacked. Surging demonic power was like a vast ocean pressing towards the group of people. For a time, rumbling sounds could be heard. The ones who attacked were a few half-step immortal king, ferocious beasts. Their demonic power was fierce and terrifying. Lin Tian didn't make any big movements. Only blue lightning appeared around his body and turned into a large thunder sword that swept out. This was the power of the second level of the 5 heavenly lightning technique. It was majestic and domineering. In the blink of an eye, it shattered all the demonic power of the half-step immortal king, ferocious beasts. Then it landed on their bodies, causing these powerful, ferocious beasts to directly explode, their bodies and souls destroyed. Boom! In front of them, the void buzzed. The crack became even bigger. It was dozens of feet long and dozens of feet wide. Lin Tianyi and the others moved quickly. They didn't care about anything else and directly rushed into the big crack with the other ferocious beasts around them. This time, their field of vision didn't become dark. Instead, it was filled with all kinds of light. It was sacred, peaceful, and vast. On both sides, all kinds of immortal light flashed and retreated. It was as if they had entered a tunnel of light. Just like that, after an unknown amount of time, a large circle of light appeared in front of them. It was like a huge door. Then, the group of people was directly blasted out of the light tunnel and appeared in an unfamiliar space. Looking around, in the space in their field of vision, there were specks of immortal light dancing and jumping. They were all intertwined with a sacred and peaceful aura. However, the land in all directions of this space was very barren and dilapidated. They could see broken mountains. It was as if this place had once experienced a super earthquake or experienced a world-shaking battle. It's actually such a dilapidated land. The white tiger was surprised. The whooshing crocodile was also stunned. Even Lin Tian couldn't help but be a little moved. Previously, the immortal light that they had sensed was extraordinary and very shocking. They all thought that the space that floated out of such extraordinary immortal light would be very shocking. They thought that there would be immortal mountains and treasures that reached the sky, and all kinds of divine rivers flowing. However, they didn't expect the space behind to be so dilapidated. It was no different from a wasteland. Yeah. On top of Lin Tian's head, the little Taichu's bright eyes became even more confused. It looked back and forth at the space. It's so familiar. As it spoke, strands of six-colored divine light suddenly intertwined around the little guy's body. As if it had sensed something, it raised its little head and looked at the center of this dilapidated space. It's so familiar. It shook its wings and rose from Lin Tian's head. As if it had sensed something, it flew towards the center of this space. Lin Tianwei frowned slightly. She didn't care that this space was a little dilapidated. She flew with the purple moon in the golden divine light. At the same time, she called Baiziki and the others to follow. In the blink of an eye, they were very far away from this place. Speaking of which, that large group of ferocious beasts and birds of prey also rushed into that big crack. Where did they go? The white tiger asked. They should also be in this space, but they were teleported to different places. Lin Tian said. This was very normal. It was just like when a group of living beings was sucked into the extreme Yin temple. They would also be teleported to different places. The group followed behind the little Taichu. They didn't tear through the void. Instead, they simply flew towards the center of this space. After that, several hours passed. The group traveled very far away. And it was also at this time that a series of loud rumbles came from the center of this space. Lin Tianwei frowned slightly and said to the little Taichu, "Little guy, let's go through the space." He could tell that the little guy wanted to go to the center of the space because he felt a very special and familiar aura. At this time, he saw that there seemed to be people fighting in the center of the space. Naturally, he was moved. He felt that at this time it was better to tear through the void and open a space door so that they could hurry over. Immediately, he tore through the space door and brought the little Taichu and the purple moon. At the same time, he called for Baiziki and the others to step in together. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. Their field of vision became dark for a short time. Then it became bright again. The group appeared in another location. Boom! 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 In front of them, all kinds of divine and demonic lights were vast and mighty. Densely packed figures resided in this place. There were human cultivators and ferocious birds and beasts. Some human cultivators were fighting with some ferocious beasts, but most of them were attacking an ancient pagoda in that area. The ancient pagoda was somewhat dilapidated. It had a total of 99 floors and truly towered into the sky. There were carvings of various birds and beasts on it. There were true dragons, divine phoenixes, black tortoises, vermilion birds, and many other rare spiritual beasts branded on it. At this time, many powerful cultivators and ferocious beasts were charging into the ancient pagoda. Some of the human cultivators and ferocious beasts were killing each other while they were charging into the ancient pagoda. Lin Tianyi and the others arrived at this place. When they saw the dilapidated ancient pagoda in front of them, they couldn't help but be moved. This pagoda! Wuxing Crocodile frowned slightly and looked at the little Taichu. Lin Tian also looked at the little Taichu. Little guy, how do you feel? This dilapidated ancient pagoda was engraved with many beast spirit marks. On it, the true dragon, divine phoenix, black tortoise, and vermilion bird imprints were the most conspicuous. They were exactly the same as the 4 protective celestial spirits of the little Taichu. In addition, the little guy felt a very familiar aura in this place. Therefore, he was naturally very concerned at this time. Yeah. The little guy looked at the 99 floors of the ancient pagoda. His eyes were even more dazed. The 6-colored divine light that flowed naturally around his body became denser. There seems to be something familiar inside. Chapter 1713. Looking at the 99 floors of the ancient pagoda in front of them, the little guy seemed to be in a daze. It could not tell what was going on, but it felt that there was a very familiar aura in the ancient pagoda. Lin Tian looked at the ancient pagoda in front of them and said, "Then let's go in and have a look." Immediately, he called Baiziki and the others to go into the ancient pagoda. Boom! Around the ancient pagoda, there were many human cultivators and ferocious beasts, especially the ferocious beasts. There were so many of them that it was frightening, and the demonic aura was very strong. Lin Tianyi and the others were very fast, and it did not take them long to reach the ancient pagoda. They entered the ancient pagoda through the dilapidated pagoda. As soon as they entered the ancient pagoda, they were immediately shocked. There were clouds in the sky, mountains, and ancient streams. It was actually a world. This whooshing crocodile was surprised. Generally speaking, it was not very surprising that there was a small world in a pagoda. However, the world in this place was too extraordinary. It was vast and boundless, as if it was a real world. Even Lin Tian couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. However, his surprise soon disappeared, and he asked little Taichu, "Little guy, where's that familiar aura?" "Yeah." Little Taichu looked at the world, paused and looked up. "Above." "Above? There's nothing above. There's only a sky. There's nothing." White Tiger and Ling Yin looked at the sky, puzzled. It's possible that there are other large spaces above here. When it said above, it was referring to a larger space above this one. Baiziki said. Lin Tian nodded. "That should be the case," he said. "We entered from the entrance of the first floor of the ancient pagoda, and this pagoda has a total of 99 floors. Since the first floor is such a big world, the 98 floors above may be similar spaces. The familiar aura that the little guy sensed should be in the space above." White Tiger and the others were shocked when they heard this. "You mean there are 98 similar big worlds above this big world? Every level of this ancient pagoda is a great world." The White Tiger glared at him. 99 levels of the ancient pagoda, 99 levels of heaven and earth. This was too shocking. "That's very likely." Lin Tiandao and Shui looked at the sky. "Then how do we get up there? In this large space, there should be a path leading to the space above." Ling Yin said, "However, it will take some time to find it. After all, we don't know where the path to the top is." The White Tiger thought for a moment and said, "How about we leave this space first, and then directly enter the 98th floor of the ancient pagoda from the outside, so that Xiao Budian can sense which floor that familiar thing is on. This way, we won't have to look for the path to the upper floor of the ancient pagoda." Hearing its words, Lin Tian squinted at it. "Is it as simple as you think?" No matter how one looked at it, this ancient pagoda was definitely not ordinary. Even if it was damaged, it definitely contained unparalleled divine might. You could pass through the entrance of the first level and directly enter the space above the second level from the outside. No matter how you think about it, this is impossible. Air. The White Tiger opened its mouth. "That seems to make sense." Lin Tian ignored it and looked at the little Taichu. "Little guy, let's look for it slowly. There's no need to be too anxious." In fact, even though he said that, he could see that the little guy was only slightly dazed at this time. It seemed to be a little confused, and there was no element of anxiousness at all. "Yeah, there's no need to rush." The little guy nodded its small head, and then, after a pause, its body naturally intertwined with the six-colored divine light. In an instant, as the six-colored divine light surged out, the space instantly shook as if there was a small earthquake. Then, in the next moment, the void in front of the group twisted on its own, and a space portal slowly appeared. This scene caused the group of people to be moved. This space portal is... The White Tiger stared. Then, the group of people looked at the little Taichu. This was because the group of people could see that this space portal was open because of the six-colored divine light from the little Taichu. Little Taichu was also a little confused. Then, the little guy's eyes couldn't help but flicker. So familiar. His voice was a little confused. The little guy shook its wings and moved involuntarily, heading toward the space portal. Lin Tian looked at the scene. Is this the space portal that leads to the top? As he thought about this, he saw the little Taichu heading toward the space portal. Naturally, he didn't hesitate. He called Baiziki, Ling Yun, and the others and followed in front. This space portal was opened because of the little Taichu, so he had reason to believe that there shouldn't be any danger. In fact, Even if there was danger, he had to go because the little guy felt a familiar aura behind him. If the little guy wanted to go, he naturally had to follow. The space shook slightly. In the blink of an eye, he, Baiziki, and the others followed the little guy and directly stepped into the space portal. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. The space portal also disappeared together with them. At this moment, the group of people fell into darkness at the same time. Then, in the next moment, the darkness dissipated and they appeared in another space, stepping on solid ground again. Looking around, this space was also very big. In front of them was a bamboo forest. Green bamboos lay on the ground, looking very ordinary. There was no rich, immortal spiritual energy around, and the air was very fresh and full of the smell of nature. An ordinary bamboo forest? After passing through the space portal, we came to such an ordinary bamboo forest? What's the point? The white tiger had a strange expression. It had thought that there would be an extraordinary place behind the space portal. Lin Tian didn't say anything and looked around seriously. This place looked very ordinary, but he didn't think that it was really that ordinary. There must be something special about it. Whoosh! At this moment, a light breeze suddenly appeared in the space, and the green bamboos all over the ground swayed gently. Pieces of bamboo, leaves floated in the air. In the next moment, silently, a middle-aged man appeared in front of the bamboo forest. The man's body was slender, as if it was made of light, and his eyes were very peaceful. Lin Tian and the others were immediately shocked and vigilant. They didn't know how this person appeared at all. Moreover, although this person's eyes were very peaceful, he had an unconcealable majesty, as if he was an immortal god or the ruler of a great world. It was very frightening. Yeah, who are you? Next to Lin Tian, the little guy looked at the middle-aged man who suddenly appeared, and his eyes became even more confused. You're so familiar. There's a very familiar aura on you. Who are you? The man's gaze fell on the little Taichu, and he smiled. He silently appeared in front of the little Taichu, and his eyes were full of doting and gentleness. Around his body, there was naturally a six-colored divine light that intertwined. Chapter 17:14. The six-colored divine radiance intertwined and circled around the middle-aged man's body, immediately causing Lin Tian and the others to be moved. This is... Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. This six-colored divine radiance was exactly the same as little Taichu's six-colored divine radiance. Could this be the little guy's? Whooshing crocodiles stared. At the same time, Baiziki, Lingyin, and Shui and the others were all moved. The six-colored divine radiance around the man's body directly connected them to little Taichu. The little guy was even more moved. Looking at the six-colored divine radiance around the man's body that was the same as his own, his big bright eyes suddenly widened. Yeah, why do you have this kind of light too? This is mine. The little guy was a little curious, but also a little angry, as if his own special power had been imitated and stolen by someone else. The middle-aged man smiled, and the smile on his face became even gentler. He raised his right hand slightly, and immediately a large amount of six-colored divine radiance surged out and quickly enveloped the little guy. Back then, when your mother gave birth to you, there was a great war. In order to ensure your absolute safety, we sent you away. Because we were in too much of a hurry, the inheritance of the ancient scriptures was not completely imprinted in your body. His eyes were very gentle as the six-colored divine radiance enveloped little Taichu. All kinds of mysterious divine patterns intertwined and quickly entered little Taichu's body. Obviously, at this moment, he was completing little Taichu's inheritance of the ancient scriptures, which contained a strange and shocking power. In the distance, Lin Tian was moved again. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, he immediately confirmed the relationship between the man and little Taichu. Little Munchkin's father. The white tiger stared. Baiziki and the others were also moved. Although when the middle-aged man emitted the six-colored divine radiance, They had already guessed that the man and little Taichu might be father and son. When they heard the man say this himself, they immediately confirmed it and couldn't help but be shocked. "Yeah, mother." Little Taichu was enveloped by the middle-aged man's six-colored divine radiance, but it didn't struggle at all because it felt very warm and comfortable. At this moment, when it heard the man's words, its big bright eyes couldn't help but flicker a little. It was a little happy. "You are." Although the little guy's mind was still that of a child and was very simple, it was not stupid. Since the man had spoken, it naturally understood a lot. The man grinned. Divine light interweaved behind him as a snow-white spirit beast appeared. It had snow-white fur and a pair of bright and clean wings. It was exactly the same as little Grand Primordial, except that it was slightly bigger. "We are connected by blood. You are my flesh and blood." The man smiled. Little Taichu's eyes widened even more, and then he became happy and excited. "Yeah." It looked at the man in front of it and naturally didn't doubt his words. This was because it could clearly sense the incomparably intimate bloodline aura from the man. Originally, it had sensed this kind of intimate and familiar aura, which was why it came here. "Why don't you? Where's mother?" The little guy didn't call out to its father, but it seemed very excited. After all, how could it not be happy to see its biological father after so long? "It's just a wisp of aura that I left here to wait for you. Your mother is with my main body. She's very safe," the man said. "Yeah." The little guy's big bright eyes lit up. Seeing its biological father and knowing that its parents were fine, it became even happier. Beside him, Lin Tian also smiled. Although the little guy only saw a wisp of its biological father's aura, it knew that its parents were still alive. This was the best thing. He was happy for the little guy. Back then, he was really worried that the little guy's parents were gone. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little ripple in his heart. Now that the little guy knew that its biological parents were still alive and saw a wisp of its biological father's aura incarnation, what about its parents? Who were they? Back then, he was just picked up by an old man on Earth and raised. He didn't know what his parents looked like at all. Hundreds of years ago, when he returned to Earth after his cultivation, he also investigated this matter. Unfortunately, he found nothing. He couldn't find any information about his birth or parents. This actually made him feel a little uncomfortable. After all, it was really terrible to not even know who his biological parents were and what they looked like. "Yeah." At this moment, little Taichu's voice sounded. Its little claws landed on Lin Tian's body, and it said to the middle-aged man, "Lin Tian, I was born in Lin Tian's body. I'm a very important person." Lin Tian was pulled over by the little guy. He also came back to his senses and bowed slightly to the middle-aged man. "Greetings, senior." This was little Taichu's biological father, so he naturally wouldn't be rude. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Tian. His eyes were calm, and then they became a little deep. A strange look flashed across his eyes, and then they became calm again. He smiled at Lin Tian. "I'll have to trouble you to take care of the little guy." When little Taichu introduced Lin Tian just now, it used very important 3 times in a row. It was enough to let the middle-aged man feel how important Lin Tian was to the little guy. It was probably much more important than him, the biological father. At the same time when he was saying this, the 6-colored divine light he released moved along with little Taichu. It kept enveloping the little guy, and various ancient and mysterious divine runes continuously entered the little guy's body. "Yeah, this is stupid crocodile, this is pervert, this is pighead, this is shui shui, this is pervert tiger, this is purple moon." The little guy opened its mouth again and introduced whooshing crocodile and the others to the middle-aged man. It seemed to be very happy, as if it was showing off its friends to the middle-aged man. Whooshing crocodile, Lingyan, and the white tiger were a little embarrassed. The way the little guy addressed them was really awkward. At the same time, Baiziki also twitched the corner of his mouth, and then he glared at Lin Tian fiercely. The way the little guy addressed him was undoubtedly learned from Lin Tian. The middle-aged man nodded at Baiziki and the others one by one. He looked very calm, and there was a smile on his face. Back then, during the war, he sent little Taichu away from his side to ensure its safety. He had been worried about it all this time. Now that he saw that the little guy had so many friends and companions, he was completely relieved. It was obvious that the little guy was doing well. Boom! Suddenly, heaven and earth shook, and a terrifying wave of divine power surged. At this moment, the sky cracked open, and a figure covered in dark light stepped out. His face could not be seen, and only a pair of cold and deep eyes were exposed. They were like two black holes of death. Divine Emperor! Lin Tian was immediately moved. At the same time, Baiziki, Lingyan, and the others were also shocked. Crack! 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 The void cracked inch by inch, and 3 more figures stepped out in succession. The aura around their bodies was extremely terrifying, and the pressure of the Divine Emperor was vast and mighty. This caused Lin Tian and the others to be shocked again. At this time, in this place, there were actually 4 Divine Emperors in succession. The sky cracked open, and 4 figures stood in 4 directions. Each of them exuded an extremely strong aura, and their pressure suppressed the world. Immortal Spirit Emperor. One of them looked at the middle-aged man. His eyes were deep and carried a sense of sharpness. The other 3 also looked at the middle-aged man, and their eyes were very deep. The 4 of them had sensed the special aura here and rushed over at this time. The middle-aged man raised his head and glanced at the 4 of them, indicating that there was no change at all. The 6-colored divine light enveloped little Taichu, and more runes and seals entered little Taichu's body. Sakura did not move, and you came to die? He looked at the 4 people who suddenly appeared, and was very calm. The 4 of them looked at the middle-aged man coldly. One of them snorted. Don't think that we can't see through your true strength. You are just a strand of aura. Just a strand of aura here. What can you do? Beside him, another person looked at little Taichu, who was enveloped by the 6-colored divine light. He narrowed his eyes and said, "This is his descendant? Very good. Originally, we came for this broken, primordial, immortal world. Who would have thought that we would have an additional harvest? Erase this strand of aura of his and bring away this world and his descendant. Lord Sakura will have an important use for it." Another person said, "Do it." The 4th person said. The 4 divine emperors moved at the same time. They were all at the early divine emperor realm. They pressed down majestically, and all of them brought out a monstrous divine emperor-killing light. For a moment, the world trembled, and the destructive ripples were extremely terrifying. The moment such an aura was released, Lin Tian and the others could not move at all. They were completely suppressed by that terrifying strength. The middle-aged man swept his gaze across the 4 of them. He did not do anything. He continued to wrap little Taichu with the 6-colored divine light. After that, the 6-colored divine light around his body surged. A true dragon appeared, a divine phoenix appeared, a black tortoise appeared, and a vermilion bird appeared. They all rushed towards the dome of heaven. With a rumble, the world shook violently. Chi, 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 for light sounds rang out. The 4 divine emperors who acted felt the monstrous divine energy they brought out being crushed. Following that, the true dragon, divine phoenix, black tortoise, vermilion bird, and the other immortal spirits landed on the 4 of them. Pooh! 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 Blood splattered. The 4 unknown divine emperors exploded at the same time. Such a scene shocked Lin Tian and the others to the point they couldn't help but tremble. Everyone was astonished. The middle-aged man was merely a strand of aura. But now, this strand of aura was able to easily crush the 4 early divine emperors. How terrifying was that? A strand of aura had such godly might. How frightening was his true body! Gululu! The sound of flesh squirming could be heard. The 4 early divine emperors regained their fleshy bodies in the blink of an eye. All of them were shocked. It is clearly just a strand of aura. No matter how strong he is, it is impossible for him to have such might. The few of them had ugly expressions. They were filled with disbelief. Chapter 17:15. The 4 emperor gods looked at the middle-aged man who was surrounded by the 6-colored divine radiance. Their faces turned ugly. The middle-aged man, who was just a wisp of his aura, was so powerful that he could injure them so easily. "Retreat," one of them said in a low voice. He looked at the middle-aged man with fear in his eyes. Even though they knew that the man in front of them was very terrifying, they didn't expect that just a strand of his aura would have such power. It was too shocking. In an instant, for whooshing sounds could be heard. The 4 immortal emperor gods retreated quickly without any hesitation. This scene caused Lin Tian and the others to be both shocked and shocked. The 4 immortal divine emperors had originally caused them to feel fear and shock. But who would have thought that they would be so easily crushed by little Tai Chu's father? After that, the 4 great existences actually began to flee. It came and went as quickly as it came. Buzz! The void vibrated and ripples were drawn out, locking down all directions of the sky. Bang! 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 The 4 emperor gods were pushed back. "You think you can come and go as you please? Who do you think I am?" The middle-aged man said. His voice was calm, but it carried a majestic aura. As his voice spread, the entire macro world shook. This fluctuation, is he really formed by a wisp of his aura? Whooshing crocodile, Ling Yun, and the others looked at the middle-aged man and trembled. How could a wisp of his aura emit such a terrifying fluctuation? Even Lin Tian could not help but feel his heart palpitate. The fluctuation was too terrifying, so powerful. Little Tai Chu was surrounded by the middle-aged man's 6-colored divine radiance. His eyes lit up when he sensed the pressure that the middle-aged man was emitting. The 4 emperor gods trembled involuntarily. They could not help but tremble under the pressure of the aura. Their expressions turned even uglier. "Looks like it won't be so easy to leave. Activate the Imperial Formation. The 4 of us should be able to resist it." Yes. 3 of the 4 spoke. Strange divine radiance surged from their bodies. Their auras connected and intertwined to form a terrifying force. "Back off, you can't stop him." It was also at this moment that an indifferent voice sounded. The sky cracked open, and a tall figure stepped out. There were many divine rings behind him. He was like a divine being, and his aura was extremely powerful. The expressions of the 4 great god emperors changed as they all stopped and bowed. "Heavenly Master!" The 4 of them were the 4 great protectors of this tall figure. Lin Tian looked at this tall figure and could not help but tremble slightly. It was unknown how many times stronger the aura emitted by this person was compared to the 4 early-stage god emperors. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. At the same time, beside him, Baiziki and the others were naturally shocked as well. The middle-aged man looked towards the sky with a calm expression. "Sakura, you are finally willing to come out." As soon as this was said, Lin Tian was immediately slightly shocked. This figure is Di Shi Tian. Back then, together with the King of Chaos, he tricked that unscrupulous old hoodlum into the void domain. In the sky, the divine ring behind Di Shi Tian was revolving. His appearance was difficult to see clearly, and only a pair of deep eyes could be seen. His gaze landed on the middle-aged man, then on the little Tai Chu, and then on the middle-aged man. Back then, when the primordial immortal world collapsed, you sent away your descendants and sent the broken primordial immortal world into the chaotic space-time. Now it is finally discovered. Everything will be for naught. You can't protect anything. Do you think you can take away the primordial immortal world and take away my descendants? The middle-aged man was very calm. You are just a wisp of aura, but you are still very strong. However, can a wisp of aura block my original body? Di Shi Tian was also very calm. Back then, they had battled before, and the primordial immortal emperor's strength was comparable to his. Now his original body appeared here, and the primordial immortal emperor was just a wisp of aura. As he spoke, the aura on his body became stronger once again. The entire world trembled under his aura, and even the myriad Daos were trembling. This aura was so terrifying that Lin Tian and the others could not help but tremble. Yeah. Little Taichu looked at the middle-aged man, and his big eyes were filled with worry. He also felt the terrifying aura that Di Tian was emitting at this time. The middle-aged man naturally felt little Taichu's worry. He smiled faintly. Little guy, remember, other than the bloodline of the king of humans, we are the strongest clan in the world. We are not afraid of anyone. As he spoke, he looked at Di Tian. His eyes were calm, and the six-colored divine light surged. His body of light gradually solidified, as if he had a physical body in the blink of an eye. At the same time, a domineering pressure spread out from his body, suppressing the aura that Di Tian was emitting. The world shook even more violently, and various divine lights surged in the void. The world seemed to be worshipping the middle-aged man. This whooshing crocodile could not help but swallow his saliva. This aura was simply terrifying to the extreme. Is he still human? The white tiger shuddered. Even Lin Tian was shocked. Little Taichu's father actually emitted such a terrifying fluctuation at this time. It was unknown how many times stronger it was than before, as if it had surpassed the God-Emperor realm. In the sky, the four God-Emperor protectors of Di Tian were all trembling. Facing this kind of aura, all of their internal organs felt cold. A strange light flashed in Di Tian's eyes, and the divine halo behind him became even more resplendent. You borrowed the power of the main body through space. You are even stronger than before. Looking at the middle-aged man, his eyes narrowed. You actually cultivated such a method. You are almost comparable to the king of humans. The middle-aged man sneered. Don't flatter me. King of humans? You know how strong the king of humans is, and I also know how strong the king of humans is. The height that person is at is far from what we can reach. There is no comparison at all. He looked at Di Tian. You are also stronger than before. There is no need to hide. Show me your full strength. Let's see what you can do to me. Di Tian's eyes darkened, and the divine halo behind him became even more resplendent. The aura he emitted also rose, and in the blink of an eye, it reached the same level as the middle-aged man. Even if I kill you here, your power will still return to the main body, and it will not affect you. However, this broken primordial immortal empire, as well as your descendants, will be mine today. As his words fell, the boundless heavens and earth rumbled. An enormous divine ring appeared in the sky and pressed down mightily. Judgment on behalf of the heavens. His voice was cold, as if he was the law enforcer of the heavens. The middle-aged man sneered and did not move. The six-colored divine light outside his body naturally rushed out, turning into a six-colored divine sword that slashed the world. You can't take anything away. The only thing you can take away is disappointment. Chapter 17:16. The six-colored divine light oppressed in all directions, its power shocking the heavens and the earth. In an instant, it condensed into a dazzling six-colored divine sword, slashing diagonally towards the sky. Then, in the blink of an eye, it collided with the divine ring that Sakra had sent down. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rocked the ruined, primordial immortal world. Space shattered one by one, and the ground caved in inch by inch. Countless spaces were filled with an aura of destruction. It was a shocking sight. What happened? In this big world, many cultivators suffered because of the collision between the middle-aged man and Sakra. Their bodies and souls were annihilated by the terrifying aura. Inside the 99-story ancient pagoda, outside the bamboo forest, The middle-aged man could naturally sense the cultivators in this broken world. He could feel that many people had suffered because of the confrontation between him and Sakra. The six-colored divine light around his body moved slightly, and in the whole broken world, endless light appeared in every corner. In the blink of an eye, it wrapped around the cultivators who had entered this broken world and moved them out of this world. At the same time, it sealed the entrance of this broken world so that ordinary people could no longer enter. For a moment in this broken world, only Sakra and his four subordinates were left. Only the middle-aged man, little Taichu, and Lin Tian were left. The six-colored divine light kept gushing out of the middle-aged man's body, and various divine seals and Tao patterns were still pouring into little Taichu. Imparting, Sakra could naturally see what the middle-aged man was doing at this time. The endless divine ring behind him shone brightly, and there was another divine light that pressed down on the middle-aged man and little Taichu. Its divine light was extremely powerful, as if it contained all possibilities. The middle-aged man's expression was calm. The six-colored divine light surrounded all directions, suppressing and resisting everything, and shook off Sakra's peerless divine light. At the same time, the clanging sound was endless. Endless six-colored sword light surrounded and slashed towards the sky like raindrops. Sakra raised his hand, and the divine light was endless. His aura suppressed heaven and earth, and in an instant, all the six-colored sword light collapsed. You are indeed stronger than before. He looked at the middle-aged man, his eyes deep and his voice indifferent. You too. The middle-aged man remained calm. Indra stepped out. At this moment he moved. With a single step, divine rings appeared in the sky. Each divine ring contained boundless might, capable of splitting apart the heavens and earth, capable of destroying the heavens and earth. The middle-aged man did not make any big moves. He continued to attack with his six-colored divine light. His pure divine power could suppress everything. Boom! The two collided, equally matched. Heaven and earth seemed to become restless because of this. Lin Tian couldn't help but tremble as he watched the battle. The battle between existences at this level was too terrifying. Every simple move they made was enough to destroy everything. At the side, Baiziki and the others were naturally shocked as well, and their eyes were filled with shock. It was also at this moment that the group felt their souls tremble. A tremendous force pressed down on them, making it difficult for them to move. Their souls trembled violently as if they would explode in the next moment. In the sky, among the four protectors of Sakra, one of them acted against them. His early-stage god emperor strength suppressed everything. In my world, it's not up to you to mess around. An indifferent voice sounded as the middle-aged man spoke. Then, as his words fell, the world boiled. A ray of immortal spiritual light rushed out from the void, bringing with it endless immortal spiritual chi. Roar! A dragon's roar shook the heavens, and a huge divine dragon materialized. The dragon's body was at least 1,000,000 feet long, and it directly faced that protector of Sakra Shurtian who made a move. With a swing of its tail, it instantly crushed everything. Dragon Emperor, you're not dead. The protector of Sakra who attacked was swept away, and his face immediately sank. The other three protectors' expressions changed slightly. Obviously, they were very surprised that the Dragon Emperor was still alive. Lord Heavenly Master is dealing with immortal spiritual emperor. Let's kill him together. This time we will kill him. Leave nothing behind. Another protector of Sakra said. Immediately, the four protectors of Sakra moved together. The immortal divine power surged, and together they pressed down on the 1,000,000 feet Dragon Emperor who suddenly appeared. Roar! The Dragon Emperor roared. Without transforming, his dragon body shook, and his dragon power suppressed all directions. At the same time, it pressed down on the four protectors of Sakra. At the same time, the sky cracked again, and 3 more rays of immortal spiritual light rushed out, revealing a divine phoenix, a black tortoise, and a vermilion bird. They were all in the early god Emperor realm. Bang! 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 The 4 protectors of Sakura who attacked were all sent flying. For immortal, spiritual, divine generals. Sakura looked at the 4 immortal, spiritual, divine generals while fighting with the middle-aged man. His eyes narrowed, and a strange light flashed in them. They should be dead. He had 4 protectors who were in the early god Emperor realm, and the immortal spiritual emperor had 4 divine generals who were also in the early god Emperor realm. He remembered that the 4 divine generals of the immortal spiritual emperor had disappeared in the battle, but he didn't expect that the 4 of them were still alive. As long as I am alive, they will not die. The middle-aged man said calmly. The 6-colored divine light outside his body interweaved, and it was majestic and sacred. It turned into a 6-colored divine river and attacked Sakura. Sakura snorted, and the divine light surged. Endless rays of light pressed down, and the power became more terrifying than before. The whole world seemed to be shrouded by this divine light. Chi, chi, chi. The middle-aged man's 6-colored divine light was extinguished on the spot. Do you think you can stop me? You're going to fight me at the same time? He said coldly. As his words fell, an even more boundless divine light pressed down on the middle-aged man. Even if you only have 1 hand and 1 leg, you can't do anything to me. The middle-aged man said. With a boom, the 6-colored divine flame rushed out from his body, burning everything. Sakura's eyes narrowed. Obviously, he knew how terrifying this flame was. His hands moved, and more divine light appeared, facing the attack. Chi, chi, chi. A light sound was heard, and Sakura's divine light was burned clean in the blink of an eye. The 6-colored divine flame's power didn't decrease, and it continued to press down on the opponent. Such a scene shocked Lin Tian. This 6-colored divine flame was indeed terrifying, and little Taichu's father was also very powerful. He was teaching the little Taichu while fighting with Sakura. At this moment, he was actually able to slightly suppress the opponent, which was really terrifying. This is really abnormal. It's many times stronger than the 6-colored divine flame of the little guy. Whooshing crocodile swallowed his saliva. Boom! In the fierce battle, the 6-colored divine flame burned everything, and it forced Sakura to retreat more than 7 steps. Sakura snorted, and the divine ring behind him emitted endless light, turning into a sea of divine light, and faced the 6-colored divine flame of the middle-aged man. The 2 fought fiercely, and the destructive aura was extremely terrifying. At the same time, on the other side, for divine emperor's pressure appeared. After Sakura's 4 guardians were sent flying by the Dragon Emperor and the other 3 deities, they stabilized themselves and returned to the sky. You're not dead. The 4 guardians looked at the Dragon Emperor and the other deity generals of the deity emperor, and their faces darkened. As long as the deity emperor is alive, we will not die. The Dragon Emperor spoke, and his voice was like a divine bell that shook the sky. Sakura's 4 guardians snorted, and their divine aura surged, and they attacked the Dragon Emperor and the other deity generals together. At the same time, they intentionally stayed away from the area where Sakura and the deity emperor were fighting, because the battle between the 2 was too terrifying. Any strand of aura that fell on them could consign them to eternal damnation. Boom! 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 The 8 divine emperors fought, and their divine aura surged, destroying the sky and earth. Lin Tian looked at the 8 of them, and then at Sakura and the middle-aged man. These people were really too powerful. Punishment on behalf of the heavens. Sakura's cold voice resonated in the sky. He raised one of his hands, and a devastating millstone appeared. Its aura was terrifying, and it pressed down on the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's expression didn't change, and while he was teaching little Taichu, he flicked his finger, and it turned into a 6-colored light world, and faced the devastating millstone. In the blink of an eye, The two collided and neither gave way. Balls of destructive light burst out, and the boundless void was annihilated. Clang! At this moment, a piercing sword sound rang out, and a sword ray slashed down from the sky, as if it came from an unknown place. It was so fast that it distorted the space, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of Sakura. Poof! Blood splattered everywhere. Sakura had just collided with the middle-aged man, and although he managed to dodge in time, he still couldn't avoid the sword, and his right arm was pierced through, leaving a bloody hole. Heavenly Master! On the other side of the battlefield, Sakura's 4 guardians were shocked. At the same time, Lin Tian was also shocked. The sword ray clearly carried the strong aura of the heavenly sword scripture. He raised his head and looked in the direction where the sword ray came from. There, the void split open, and a figure surrounded by divine light stepped out. His body was straight and slender, and only his eyes could be seen. He's worthy of being the disciple of the human king. He's already caught up with me. The middle-aged man raised his head, and his gaze fell on the figure that suddenly appeared. A bright light flashed in his eyes, and then the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a smile. On the other side, Sakura's right arm was bleeding. He looked at the figure that suddenly appeared, and his eyes were cold. Junior Ao Jian. Ao Jian. Ao Jian Tinzuan. Wuxing Crocodile was shocked. Baiziki and Ling Yin were also shocked. They both came from the 10 Directions, Celestial Domain, and all the cultivators from the 10 Directions, Celestial Domain, knew the name Ao Jian Tinzuan. It was a legend, an invincible legend. At the same time, Lin Tian's expression changed once again. Even though he had already guessed the identity of the figure that suddenly walked out when he sensed the sword beam that contained the aura of the heavenly sword scripture, when he heard the name of the person that came out from Sakura Tiandao and truly knew the identity of the person, he still couldn't help but be shocked. This person was indeed Emperor Ao Jian. Almost at the same time when he looked at Ao Jian Tinzuan, Ao Jian Tinzuan in the sky seemed to have sensed something, and his gaze moved and fell on him. Chapter 17:17. Lin Tian was looking at Ao Jian Tinzuan, and Ao Jian Tinzuan was also looking at Lin Tian. Their deep eyes were intertwined with strange lights and traces of suspicion. Back then, they still didn't die. I have to say, the Mortal King's disciples are really tough. A cold voice sounded. Di Shi Tian looked at Ao Jian Tinzuan, and the bloody hole on his right arm quickly healed. In the blink of an eye, it was as good as new. Ao Jian Tinzuan tilted his head, and his gaze moved away from Lin Tian to look at Di Shi Tian. In the next moment, he moved. He took a step forward, and the sound of the sword filled the sky. Endless sword light appeared immediately, like a guardian sword spirit surrounding his body, and slashed towards Di Shi Tian with a force that could destroy heaven and earth. The boundless great void was annihilated in an instant. The great heaven and earth shook violently, as if it was going to collapse in the next moment. The sharp sword power seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and shatter eternity. Di Shi Tian's eyes narrowed, and the endless divine halo behind him shone brightly. Endless divine light intertwined and met Ao Jian Tinzuan's dense sword light. Boom! 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 The two collided, and the destructive aura was like the rolling of a vast divine sea. The great heaven and earth shook even more violently. On the other side of the battlefield, Di Shi Tian's 4 guardians and the 4 divine generals of the Fairy Spirit Emperor stopped fighting. They all looked at the battle between Di Shi Tian and Ao Jian Tinzuan, and then they couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. His cultivation was the same as ours back then, but now he's actually able to contend with the Heavenly Master. How is this possible? One of Di Shi Tian's guardians was full of shock. Dragon Emperor and the 4 divine generals were also shocked. Looking at the battle between Ao Jian Tinzuan and Di Shi Tian, their faces were also full of shock. It's enough to fight with the Spirit Emperor. Black Tortoise said in a very low voice. Dragon Emperor's huge eyes flickered, and after a pause he couldn't help but sigh. The bloodline of the human king. The world was boundless and boundless. A Runhuang was able to oppress 10,000 worlds. And now, a mere disciple of a Runhuang was able to compete with their Ling Huang. How terrifying was this branch! In the distance, Lin Tianyi and the others were also shocked. Too strong. This is really. Wuxing Crocodile trembled. Ao Jian Tianzuan had seen the battle between Fengshen Tianzuan and the others of the 9 celestial masters. However, at that time, Fengshen Tianzuan and the others were only divine thought clones, so the divine power they emitted was limited. However, at this time, Ao Jian Tianzuan was undoubtedly here in his true form. His divine power was simply terrifying to the extreme, as if he could easily destroy everything. Lin Tian was naturally shocked as well. Golden light intertwined in his eyes as he stared straight ahead. How terrifying! And Shui shrunk her neck, then paused and tilted her head to look at Lin Tian. It seems like that Ao Jian Tianzuan's sword aura is exactly the same as the sword manual you used before. Looking at Lin Tian, she couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes. What's wrong with you? You know all the techniques of those terrifying existences who fought with the Grand Supreme earlier. Now, you also know this person's technique. What's your relationship with them? And Shui was very surprised to see that Lin Tian knew all the techniques of those peerless existences in a row. Didn't I say that I controlled it by accident? Lin Tiandao. He didn't say much in this regard. He just stared fixedly at the battle in front of him. Boom! Clang! In the sky, divine power rolled and sword aura filled the sky. Heaven and earth trembled in all directions. Ao Jian Tianzuan's eyes were deep. He didn't say anything superfluous. Only an extremely sharp sword aura surrounded his body. Boundless sword intent moved with him, cutting and shattering everything. Junior Ao Jian, you're very good. The Sakura's eyes turned cold. The junior he looked down on back then, the one who almost died in his hands, had now reached such a height. He wasn't weaker than him at all. Ao Jian Tianzuan still didn't say anything superfluous. Only streaks of sword aura fell, sweeping across the entire world. The sword's power was intimidating. Outside the middle-aged man's body, 6-colored divine aura surrounded him. He looked at the battle between Ao Jian Tianzuan and the Sakura. It seems that I don't need to do anything. As he said this, more 6-colored divine aura surged out from his body. All kinds of divine patterns and Tao seals flowed into little Taichu's body continuously. This was the original inheritance of the immortal spirit royal family. He was completing the ancient scriptures for little Taichu. Boom! Above the firmament, the divine power vibrated. All kinds of mystical scenes were vast and mighty. One by one, they appeared between heaven and earth. Empyrean Proud Sword and Sakura's battle had intimidating battle chi, shocking all 10 directions. If it weren't for the blessing of the immortal Spirit Emperor, this place wouldn't have been able to withstand such a battle between the two. It would have collapsed long ago. At this time, everyone's eyes fell on the firmament. Boom! Clang! The divine power sword hummed endlessly. The fierce confrontation almost sent the world back to its original state. When will Lord Crocodile reach such heights? Wuxing Crocodile couldn't help but sigh. Looking at the battle between Ao Jian Tianzuan and the Sakura, it was moved. Lin Tianzi's eyes flickered. Although this was not the first time he had seen such a peak battle, he could not help but feel shocked when he saw such a battle again. Lin Tianzi's eyes flickered. Although it was not the first time he had seen such a battle, he could not help but feel shocked when he saw it again. After all, this was a battle between peak emperor gods. With his current realm, no matter how many times he watched it, he couldn't help but be shocked. Outside the middle-aged man's body, divine brilliance surged. All kinds of divine runes floated into little Taichu's body. The six-color divine light gradually weakened. It's almost done. The inheritance of the ancient scriptures was about to be completed soon. It was also at this time that Indra, who was fighting with celestial lord Ao Jian in the sky, suddenly had a change in expression. His eyes were almost about to spit out fire. "Old bastard, how dare you break into my Indra shrine and steal?" At this moment, this supreme existence seemed to have sensed something. The divine ring behind him trembled, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. In the blink of an eye, he erupted with a heaven-shaking divine radiance. He forcefully broke through the void and wrapped around the four protectors, disappearing without a trace. Even someone as strong as Ao Jian Tianzuan couldn't stop him for a while. Run! Why did he suddenly run away? White Tiger and the others were all staring. The extremely terrifying Sakura suddenly looked flustered and exasperated. Then he left in a flash, which really made them a little stunned. Lin Tian paused, thought of something, and said to himself, "Could it be that the old bastard went to raid the Sakura's lair?" He remembered that the unscrupulous old bastard said that he was tricked by the King of Chaos and the Sakura into the Wantless territory. Some time ago, the old bastard raided the King of Chaos' lair, which provoked the King of Chaos to pursue him. Now, listening to the Sakura's words just now, he vaguely guessed that the old bastard should have raided the Sakura's lair again. Chapter 1718. Sakura's sudden departure caused 5 Elements Crocodile, Ling Yun, White Tiger, and Shui and the others to be stunned. For a moment, they were confused and didn't understand what had happened to the other party. Only Lin Tian thought that this matter was related to that unscrupulous old hooligan. It was definitely that old fellow who had barged into Sakura's lair to raid other people's lair. This old fellow! Thinking that such a thing should have happened at this time, he couldn't help but want to laugh. That old fellow was really capable of doing it. He had just raided the King of Chaos' lair not long ago, and now he was going to raid Indra's lair. For existences like the King of Chaos and Indra, the lair would definitely have a shocking amount of rare treasures with shocking value. That old hooligan had raided their lair like that. It was no wonder that the King of Chaos had chased after him across realms, and it was no wonder that Indra was so angry now. Most importantly, this wasn't just a simple problem of their divine treasures being taken away. It was a problem of their reputation. To an existence at their level, it was truly extremely humiliating to have their lair invaded and plundered. Ao Jian Tianzuan stood in the sky and didn't chase after Indra. Only a strange light flashed across his deep eyes. Originally, he had rushed here because he had sensed the aura of the Emperor of Immortal Spirit. Then he accidentally discovered that Indra was also here, so he directly launched an attack. He didn't come for Indra. At this moment, his gaze moved and landed on Lin Tian again. There were traces of divine light surging in his eyes, as if he was trying his best to search for something. But in the end, there was only suspicion in his eyes, and he seemed to be frowning again. "Kid, that person seems to be staring at you," Whooshing Crocodile whispered to Lin Tiandao. Ling Yin said, "You've learned someone else's technique, so he must have sensed it. Did you make him unhappy?" Lin Tian naturally noticed that Ao Jian, Celestial Master, was looking at him. However, he was rather speechless after hearing Ling Yin's words. Would a person like Ao Jian, Celestial Master, be unhappy that his technique had been learned by someone else? How could such a person be so narrow-minded? Buzz! The 6-colored divine light surged. The Immortal Spirit Emperor's 6-colored divine light that surrounded the little Taichu shone brightly. After a few breaths, it completely disappeared. Done. The Immortal Spirit Emperor chuckled. Little Taichu blinked. At this time, the aura on its body became more complete and condensed than before. The Celestial Spirit Emperor smiled faintly. A light barrier appeared and shrouded the entire space, enveloping little Taichu, Lin Tianyi, the Dragon Emperor, the 4 divine generals, and Ao Jian Tianzuan. His eyes were still fixed on little Taichu. Little guy, our world was broken before the desolate antiquity. I moved it into the chaotic space and left a wisp of aura to wait for you. Now I'll give it to you. Slowly refine it with your origin and turn it into your own power. As he spoke, he raised his hands and formed a few simple seals. Immediately, ancient and mysterious runes appeared and pulled little Taichu's origin world out. Then the entire space shook and turned into ripples. They began to merge into little Taichu's origin world. Lin Tian and the others couldn't help but be moved by this scene. This space in the tower and the outside world are merging into the little guy's origin world. Merging a real broken world into the little guy's body? What kind of method is this? The whooshing crocodile and the white tiger stared at each other. Even Lin Tian was shocked. The ancient primordial immortal world, like hell and the underworld, was only slightly bigger than the current mystic realm. It was vast and full of endless power of heaven and earth. Now, although the primordial immortal world was broken, it was still very shocking. Otherwise, it wouldn't have attracted the attention of such a terrifying existence. But now, such an ancient world full of endless power of heaven and earth was being merged into little Taichu's body by the celestial spirit emperor. Not to mention how shocking this method was. Just the impact on little Taichu's future was absolutely shocking. This was giving the little guy an extremely heaven-defying divine treasure that could be used for a lifetime. After all, that was a real great world. Buzz. Divine light intertwined, twisting the surrounding space into a vortex of ripples that quickly merged into little Taichu's origin world. All kinds of divine light surrounded it and flowed into little Taichu's body. This process lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. After 3 days and 3 nights, the broken primordial immortal world was completely merged into little Taichu's body. Everyone was only in the light realm held up by the celestial spirit emperor. All right, the celestial spirit emperor smiled. Yeah. Little Taichu looked at itself and blinked its big eyes. The origin world that was pulled out by the celestial spirit emperor was automatically put away. Then it looked at the celestial spirit emperor curiously because it didn't feel any special changes at this time. It has just merged into your origin world. You may not feel it now, but in the future you will slowly feel its existence and then slowly absorb and refine it. The celestial spirit emperor rubbed little Taichu's little head. Little Taichu nodded its little head. Its big eyes curved into a pair of small crescent moons. The celestial spirit emperor chuckled and rubbed little Taichu again. A ball of light enveloped little Taichu and moved it to Lin Tian's side. Young man, please continue to take care of little Taichu. His mother and I have other things to do. Obviously, he didn't want to take little Taichu away. Lin Tian said seriously, Senior, don't worry. Even without the celestial spirit emperor's reminder, he would take good care of little Taichu. Yeah. Little Taichu looked at the celestial spirit emperor with its big eyes wide. You're not coming with us? We will meet again. Next time, bring your mother to see you. The celestial spirit emperor chuckled. Then he looked at little Taichu one last time and nodded at Lin Tian. The 6-colored divine light flickered and enveloped Lin Tianyi and the others, and they instantly disappeared. Suddenly, only he, Ao Jian Tianzuan, Dragon Emperor, and the 4 divine generals were left in this light realm. The entire light realm became very quiet. Ao Jian Tianzuan stepped forward and appeared beside the celestial spirit emperor. He looked at the place where Lin Tianyi and the others disappeared, and there were traces of doubt in his deep eyes. That young man has mastered all of your techniques. The celestial spirit emperor also looked at the place where Lin Tianyi and the others disappeared and asked Ao Jian Tianzuan. Ao Jian Tianzuan frowned. For the first time since he appeared, he said, "I don't feel any familiar aura." The celestial spirit emperor was silent. After a pause, he said, "Where is your master?" "I don't know." Ao, Jian, Tianzuan shook his head. "When we fought with Grand Elder Sakura and the others, we were seriously injured and on the verge of death. Even Big Senior Brother was seriously injured in order to protect us. We were all forced to reincarnate. After we recovered our memories, we returned to the Human King Valley and found that Master and Master's wife were gone." The celestial spirit emperor paused and said, "Those two must be doing something special. At least we don't have to worry about their safety." Ao, Jian, Tianzuan nodded. He had absolute confidence in his master's strength. "Let's go do something else." The celestial spirit emperor said. The light realm shook, and in the next moment, the 6 of them disappeared without a trace. Lin Tian and the others were enveloped by the celestial spirit emperor's divine light. At this time they reappeared in the immortal domain, but not in the 8 desolation ancient veins. As far as the eye could see, there were many mountains in all directions. However, all of them looked extremely ordinary. There wasn't any shocking amount of immortal chi. It was too lacking compared to the 8 desolate ancient veins. It gave people the feeling that they had arrived in the mortal world of the immortal realms. Too strong. Little Munchkin's father is heaven-defying. He really scared me. White Tiger sucked in a breath of cold air, forcibly fusing an ancient great world into a living being's body was unheard of. It was at least 1,000,000 times more difficult than destroying a great world. And it was also 1,000,000 times more difficult than refining it with one's own body. However, the celestial spirit emperor had simply fused the broken primordial immortal world into little Taichu's body. This method was really too shocking. And that Ao Jian Tianzuan, he's also very scary. And Shui shrunk his neck. They're all very scary. Even Baiziki, who is usually calm, couldn't help but speak. Lin Tian was naturally shocked, but he did not sigh. He only had a faint smile on his face, happy that the little guy had found his biological father, completed the inheritance of the ancient scriptures, and inherited the primordial immortal world. At this time, Ziwe tugged at the corner of his clothes. "Big brother, are you free now? Can you take Ziwe to see my big sister?" Looking at Lin Tian, her eyes were shining. Compared to seeing the likes of Sakura, Celestial Spirit Emperor, and Ao Jian Tianzuan, she wanted to see her big sister more. Her eyes were not shocked by the battle between peak emperor gods. It was as if she did not have any reaction to that kind of thing. Lin Tian looked at Ziwe, paused, and said with a smile, "Okay, I'll take you now." Ah! Suddenly, a scream came from a small valley not far away. It was filled with horror and directly interrupted his words. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked in the direction of the scream. Then he frowned, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. There was a relatively large village in the valley. There were about 1,000 families there, and they were all ordinary people. At this time, 7 cultivators surrounded by evil chi were wantonly in the village, suppressing the villagers one by one. They were only suppressing the strong young villagers and some children. These strong young villagers and children were kept in a spatial treasure. As for the elderly, they were mercilessly slaughtered. Mountains of blood spilled on the ground. This is too much. What are they doing? How can they do this? Ziwe followed Lin Tian's gaze and looked in the direction of the small valley. Her beautiful face was filled with anger. Baiziki and the others naturally saw this scene and frowned. Those seemed to be cultivators from the world of dead souls. In this world, many people use the living as nutrients for their cultivation. They devour blood essence, souls, and origin to strengthen themselves. And Shui said, Chapter 1719. Screams echoed in the small valley, filled with terror. 7 cultivators surrounded by evil aura ran amok in the village, taking away all the young people and children, and mercilessly slaughtering the elderly. The huge village was living in an abyss of suffering. Save them. Lin Tiandao strode over with a single step. As a cultivator, he couldn't bear to kill innocent people like this. He was very fast and appeared in the small village with just one step. The golden divine power instantly attracted the attention of the 7 cultivators in the village. Who is it? What are you doing? One of them looked coldly at Lin Tiandao and put an 8-year-old child into a spatial magic treasure. Human cultivator? Another of the 7 looked at Lin Tiandao and said coldly, "Since you've come here, then suppress him and bring him to Lord Yin Shang to cultivate the divine art of 10,000 souls." As he spoke, this person directly made a move. Dense fog surrounded his body, and he reached out a big hand to grab Lin Tiandao. The dense fog seemed to be able to swallow everything, and it corroded the void with a sizzling sound. The pressure of the celestial immortal level was unmistakable. Lin Tiandao's eyes were cold. He faced this person and directly slapped him. The solid void of the celestial realm was instantly shattered, and the Yin Fog big hand of the person who attacked was also shattered. Then Lin Tiandao's slap didn't change its momentum, and it continued to press down on the other party. The person who attacked immediately trembled, shocked by Lin Tiandao's terrifying physical strength. "You, poof!" Blood splattered everywhere. This person was directly smashed into pieces, and even his divine soul was completely annihilated. This scene made the few villagers who were still alive in the village tremble, but they didn't dare to speak or even move at this time. They just trembled in fear and looked at Lin Tiandao and the other cultivators with evil aura. At the same time, in this place, the other 6 cultivators with evil aura around them were all shocked. The person just now had the same strength as them, at the middle stage, celestial immortal level, but now he was actually destroyed in body and soul with a slap. "Who are you? Do you know who we are? We are Lord Yin Shang's subordinates, and you dare to attack us like this. Do you want to make the entire world of souls your enemy?" One of them said coldly, "Yin Shang, Yi Yin Shang, the 9th on the ranking of 100 immortals." And Shui was slightly moved. 9th on the ranking of 100 immortals. Wuxing Crocodile was moved. Grandpa Crocodile remembers that the top 10 of the list of 100 immortals are far from comparable to those at the bottom of this list. All of them have earth-shattering bloodlines. The bloodline of each of them is not inferior to the king physique, like the chaos physique. That person in the 9th place is already infinitely close to the true god realm. Furthermore, he has killed a true god powerhouse before. Baiziki said he had studied the ranking of 100 immortals. So strong. The white tiger was shocked. To be able to cross a major realm to kill a true god below true god realm, this kind of combat power had to be said to be somewhat terrifying. The 6 cultivators from the world of souls, surrounded by evil aura, looked at the group of people and thought that they were afraid. The person who had scolded Lin Tian earlier spoke again. "It's good that you know. Lord Yin Shang is extremely powerful, and he is the next realm lord of the world of souls. We work for Lord Yin Shang. Anyone who tries to stop him is an enemy of Lord Yin Shang. It's an enemy of the world of souls." The person looked at Lin Tian and said coldly, "You killed our people. Even if you didn't know who we were at the beginning, you still have to pay the price. We'll give you a chance to kill yourself. You can kill yourself." Clang! The ear-piercing sound of a sword interrupted the person's words. Lin Tian directly slashed out a golden sword energy at an extremely fast speed. With a puff, it pierced through the person's forehead, bringing out a string of bright red blood. He naturally knew about Yi Yinshang. However, that did not affect him from killing these people. These people had plundered this place like this. They had kidnapped the young and strong people and children, and mercilessly slaughtered the old people. How could he let such an act go? He didn't mind or loathe the fact that cultivators killed ordinary mortals. If an ordinary mortal was killed by a cultivator for committing a heinous crime, He wouldn't care at all. In fact, he would even kill the other party himself. But now, the situation here was obviously not like that. The villagers here were just innocent mortals living an ordinary life. But the few cultivators from the world of souls were doing whatever they wanted here. The old people were mercilessly slaughtered, and the young and strong people and children were all captured for cultivation purposes. Naturally, killing intent surged in his heart, and it was impossible for him to ignore it. In the eyes of many cultivators, mortals were like ants, no different from the insects on the side of the road. They did not care about the lives of mortals at all. They saw them as nothing more than grass. However, he would not. He would never forget that he had walked step by step from an ordinary mortal to his current height. Innocent mortals were being treated so cruelly by these cultivators. He could not just stand by and watch, no matter what kind of status these cultivators had. You, the other 5 surviving cultivators from the world of souls, changed their expressions. They had already revealed their identities, but Lin Tian still attacked like this. Moreover, his combat strength made the 5 of them tremble again. It was just a simple sword strike, and among them, another middle-stage heaven immortal expert was killed. How dare you do this? Do you really want to become enemies with the world of souls? One of them said sternly. Lin Tian did not say anything at all. He directly attacked and slashed out with his sword. Clang! The sound of the sword reverberated, and the golden sword light arrived in an instant. It chopped this person into pieces on the spot and directly destroyed his body and soul. In an instant, only 4 of the 7 wanton cultivators from the world of souls were left. The 4 of them looked at Lin Tian, and all of them trembled slightly. Lord Yinshan will never let you go. One of them said coldly. He exchanged glances with the other 3, and then immediately retreated. They turned into 4 streaks of dark light and fled into the distance. At this time, the 4 of them had already realized that Lin Tian had made it clear that he wanted to interfere in this matter. He was not afraid of the people and forces behind them at all. Moreover, his combat strength was so powerful that it made them tremble. They were no match for him in a head-on confrontation. Only by fleeing could they possibly save their lives. Otherwise, they would be wiped out in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian looked at the 4 of them fleeing and snorted coldly. He took a step forward and directly intercepted the 4 of them. You, the 4 cultivators from the 4 spiritual realms, trembled. They were shocked by Lin Tian's terrifying speed. He actually stopped them in an instant. Lin Tian looked at the 4 of them, and his eyes fell on the cultivator from the 4 spiritual realms who was holding a spatial magic treasure. He took another step forward and appeared in front of this person in an instant. He grabbed the spatial magic treasure in his hand. Just now, he saw that the innocent villagers who were suppressed by the cultivators from the world of souls were all taken into this spatial magic treasure. Swoosh! He moved very quickly. With a shattering sound, he directly grabbed the spatial magic treasure in the hands of the cultivator from the world of souls. The cultivator was immediately shocked and angry. He couldn't help but grab the spatial magic treasure that Lin Tian had taken away. Give it back. In that spatial magic treasure, there were not only the humans they suppressed in this small village, but also the young men in many other places. They were the cultivation materials that they were going to offer to the future master of their realm. How could they just watch these cultivation materials be taken away by Lin Tian? Lin Tian snorted and slapped the cultivator with a backhand. With a poof, the cultivator was directly smashed into pieces, and his body and soul were instantly destroyed. Then his eyes fell on the last 3 cultivators from the world of souls. He lifted his leg and walked toward them. These people were unpardonable. He would never let them go. Otherwise, who knew how many people would suffer in the future? You! Facing Lin Tian, the 3 cultivators from the world of souls couldn't help but tremble and step back. At this moment, an extremely strong wave of divine power suddenly emerged from the southeast. The yin qi was oppressive, and it went straight toward them.